Open to anyone, all around the world. The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best.
Whoa!
And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
Jan Nepomniachtchi holds the fort.
He moves on, but it wasn't without some serious problems. But Muradli, oh gosh, look at that. That's heartbreak.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Oh my goodness, he blundered a piece?
Oh, she hung the rug!
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 64. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Welcome back here at the Chess.com Global Championship. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today is my good friend, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, we had 3 matches earlier today. Every single match promises excitement.
Gosh, I can't believe we only started the CGC just a couple of days ago, Robert. We've already had enough action to fill a volume of a book. We've had enough action to last us a year, but the best news is that we're only beginning. I can't wait to jump into the second batch of games today. We've got some unbelievably exciting matchups.
We certainly do. This still is the round of 64. We started with players, 32 of whom were invited directly into the field. 32 qualified their way here. And we began with 5 world champions, and there's only 1 remaining, and that is Vladimir Kramnik, because Pavel Pankratov, he eliminated Vishwanathan Anand. Of course, Topalov went down to Ranak Sedwani. Jun Wenjun and Hou Yifan, they faced tough tasks in their first matchups. They also went down, but not without a huge fight.
Indeed. I mean, everybody is giving this their all. There's $200,000 at stake for the top prize, $1 million prize fund. And let me tell you, Robert, the players from the older generation, they are playing for their pride. They want to show that, yes, we still have a couple of things to teach the youngsters. And right now, Vladimir Kramnik is the last remaining representative of that older generation of former world champions. I want to see how far he can go.
And there are other luminaries of the game who are playing today. They may not have been world champions, but we have 5 matchups in store for you. And that Group C matchup between Ray Robson and Vasyl Ivanchuk, the legendary Ukrainian, he comes out swinging every time he plays any match. And, well, we had our staff predict Group C before the tournament began. So we're going to show you that video, which included our very own Daniel Naroditsky.
It's time to break down Group C, Levy and Danya. Perhaps the biggest storyline in this particular group is that we have 3 Americans in the field, but only one of them could make it out, or none of them will. We're going to find out. We start with the matchup at the top, with the top-rated American, Wesley So, taking on Denis Lazavik. Then we have the second American, Ray Robson, taking on Vasily Ivanchuk. Alexander Grischuk faces off versus Benjamin Boak. And then Jeffrey Zhang versus Alexander Bortnik. Who do you got coming out of Group C?
Gosh, I'm going to go with a very unconventional pick here. Now, yes, I know Wesley is Wesley. If I was choosing it statistically, I would go with him. But Ray Robson, do not sleep on Ray. He's almost 2,700 FIDE. His opening preparation is absolutely tremendous. And he's just a nightmare pairing for absolutely everybody. So if Ray can get through Vasily Ivanchuk in the first round, I think that he's going to make a serious bid to winning the entire group and shocking the entire chess world.
I am shocked by that, but before I give my thoughts, got to go to Levy and get his.
Okay, this is completely ridiculous. I mean, I was honestly going to pick Ray Robson. I had prepared this massive monologue for the fact that Ray Robson was a top junior my entire life. I could never be higher rated than him. And he's been 2,600 for a decade. Just a decade. He's only gaining rating anytime he takes chess seriously. But if we have to look around, it's very difficult to choose between Wesley So and Ray Robson in that second round matchup. But I think the experience, the advantage there goes to Wesley. Let's not forget he is a world champion. I see Wesley emerging out of Group C.
No disrespect to Ray. I think of the three Americans, he might be the least likely, but I'm going to go with a different person regardless. I'm taking Grischuk. That guy, our old Uncle Sasha, is going to get through Group C and be dancing with us in Toronto, Canada. My friends, that was our breakdown of Group C.
Of course, you can leave it to Danny Wrench to choose Uncle Sasha to make it through. And Danya, we start at the top here. Wesley So and Denis Lazavik. I mean, Wesley has to be the overwhelming favorite. You said so yourself in the predictions.
Yeah, I mean, Denis Lazavik, a very difficult first round pairing to boot. He's won title Tuesdays. He's upset essentially all of the top players in blitz games, but Wesley has been so incredibly consistent over the past year. I think if Wesley brings his A game today, he should be able to make it to the second round, where he will face a very difficult opponent, either in Vasily Ivanchuk, a legend who needs no introduction, or in Ray Robson, who I made the bold prediction might actually win the entire thing. So Wesley's got a very, very difficult journey to Toronto. He better bring his top game to the CGC this time around.
And we'll table that Robson-Ivanchuk match for a little bit later. But first, let's hop down to Jeffrey Zhang against Alexander Bortnik, another American-Ukrainian matchup. We know Jeffrey Zhang as a 2,700 rated player, a commentator. He recently took part in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. He was in all the RCCs. He plays every single title Tuesday, it feels like. But Alexander Bortnik, maybe even more experienced. That match happening on Monday, but still, I mean, what a great matchup here in Group C.
Absolutely. And of course, the bottom matchup with Alexander Grischuk taking on Benjamin Bach. Another amazing battle of the generations, much like Ivanchuk against Robson. But you're right. Bortnik is a nightmare pairing for everybody. People just roll their eyes when they see that they're paired against Alexander in a Title Tuesday or in a money event. The guy just always seems to come to play and always seems to perform at a level way above his FIDE rating, which is below 2,600. But Grischuk against Bach, Wesley against Denis, Robson against Ivanchuk, as always, Robert, as we've experienced every time, we won't know where to turn to because all of these matches are so fascinating as we pull up the Robson-Ivanchuk match card. Quite the age difference there, but both of these legends in their own right.
Oh, 100%. Ivanchuk, nearly double the age of Ray Robson, has a world's wealth of experience, and he's just a friendly guy. I think Ivanchuk, one of the most beloved players in chess history. He still can bring his A game, and when he does, he can beat anybody in the world, Magnus Carlsen included. And so in this first round matchup here, Robson, he qualified his way through, and that was no easy feat. Ivanchuk invited as a legend of the game. So you picked Ray Robson to make it through this group. Really, what can Ivanchuk do to make you change your mind?
Well, first of all, opening preparation is going to be critical in the Robson-Ivanchuk match. Ray Robson, one of the reasons that I made the bold prediction that he might win the whole thing is that his opening preparation is out of this world. And on many occasions, I think it's even more dangerous than that of the top players. He plays mainline stuff. He's an E4 player with white. Vasily Ivanchuk has played virtually every opening throughout his chess career. So he's going to have to get the game and move it in a direction that he feels comfortable with. But overall, Ivanchuk is just going to have to show us how he used to play in the 90s and the early 2000s. The guy won basically every top tournament in the book, and he still has it in him, Robert. We're not just saying that. Those are not just empty words. Vasily Ivanchuk still lives and breathes chess, even at his age. And I think that might bode well for his chances in this match.
He's also a world rapid champion. He won that event while playing droughts and the closing ceremony was going on. He had to run to the stage, but Ivanchuk, no stranger to success, and nor are the players in the rest of the matchups that we're going to see today. We're going to remind you that there are 5 matchups ahead. Wesley So is the FIDE Fisher Random champion. So he's a world champion in that discipline. He did not win the recently concluded, and by recently, I mean yesterday, the 960 Champion Showdown in St. Louis. Fabiano Caruana outlasted Alireza Firouzja in that finale in Armageddon. But still, Wesley So, the number 1 seed in Group C, he will have his hands full against Denis Lazavik. That is not somebody that he can look past.
Absolutely not. I mentioned that Lazavik has won, I think by now, several Title Tuesdays. I think even a couple of weeks ago, he went 10 out of 11. Now, yes, Title Tuesday has a 3-minute time control, but we're talking blitz. This is rapid. It's still a fast time control. He's got a great intuition, a very solid style, and he is on the up and up. And I honestly think that this is one of the greatest things about the CGC. It's that the top players are encountering difficult matchups from the very first moves that they are making. Nothing is easy. Nothing is a walkover. And this match is no exception.
And we can't look past Levon Aronian against Theodorou. Theodorou beats Levon in the Olympia. That was classical chess, sure, but you know that Levon is going to be hungry for revenge. And then in the bottom right-hand side screen, you see Lenier Dominguez. He is taking on Maxime Chigayev, and that is not an easy pairing. So the 2 versus 7 matchup from Group A will bring excitement for sure. But the format overall, this is a single elimination tournament. You lose one match, you are gone. With a time control of 15 minutes plus 2-second increments, you do have time to think, but you have to be careful. You don't want to let your clock tick down too low. In a 4-game match, you could lose game 1, still bounce back. We saw Ding Liren do just that against Min Lei. And finally, if it is 2-2, we get Armageddon with the players bid. And Danya, we don't think that any more players will bid 7 minutes versus 15 like Vishwanathan Anand did.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaking matchup for Vishy Anand, but we do hope to see Armageddons. They have been fascinating thus far in the CGC, but what a great time control. Not too slow, not too fast. A 4-game match, which gives players a chance to come back after a disappointing first game of the match. And we have seen, as you said, players winning on demand, but nobody yet has come back from a 2-0 deficit. And I'm pretty sure that we're going to have that at some point in the CGC. Will we see any miracle comebacks today? Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, because they're about to begin.
I think that Ivanchuk's seatbelt is certainly fastened. He hasn't moved a muscle since we've had him on screen here. And Ivanchuk, one of the friendliest faces in chess. It looks like the matchup is underway.
Here we go.
Well, let's see if Vasil is... Yeah, he's doing the distant move. Just like yesterday, we saw Arjun Erigaisi seated like 3 rows back while making the moves. Ivanchuk, yep. He looks comfortable at home there.
He does, and I think he's at home in this opening. Already a surprise, Robert, on move 1. D4 from Ray Robson. He has been an exclusive E4 player for the entirety of his chess career, but deciding to surprise Ivanchuk in this game, I wonder if he was expecting the Slav from Vasily, but it seems pretty obvious that Ray actually wants a quiet position out of the opening, which is a very interesting choice indeed.
Yeah, and you have to wonder what makes a top player decide to go for something different against another top player. And it's probably because Ivanchuk is so experienced. He's played so many world champions and beaten them. Danya, you and I went over a few months ago that game where he beat Garry Kasparov in Linares. What a fascinating display of technique that was from him. So here on the black side in game 1, he makes his move e6. He's a triangle pawn structure. As black, he does not have a light square bishop. His opponent does. So those pawns are meant to blunt any window of opportunity the bishop on f1 would like to grab.
Indeed, and we see Ray taking really the first think of the game. Now, traditionally, I think white is considered to be slightly better in these positions because of the bishop pair, but there is no opening more solid than the Slav. Black has no targets. He's got good control of the center. Generally, in these positions, the dark-squared bishop, as in the London system, comes out in the middle of the pawn triangle. It sits nicely on d6, controlling the squares that, of course, the pawns are not controlling, and Ray puts the bishop on d3, but no, Vasily Ivanchuk develops the bishop a little bit more aggressively, Robert, to b4. What do you make of that?
I'm just surprised and impressed by the time management of Vasily Ivanchuk.
Yeah, I know.
The guy is moving instantly. And I want to make it clear to everybody that Ray Robson comes from the same line of chess as Alexander Grischuk. They are gluttons for time punishment. They want to have a minute on the clock. And in fact, they often even play better than they would with minutes on the clock. So it's not something you see every day. A lot of the top players, especially in rapid chess, play very quickly out of the gates. But for Ray Robson, do not be surprised if he's down 5 minutes on the clock every single game.
Yeah, we had a classical game in the U.S. Championship a couple of years ago where Ray had 1 second on the clock. He had not begun making his move. And not only did he manage to execute the move in time, but he actually ended up winning the game. It was one of the most heartbreaking games of my career, but it really symbolizes the kind of composure that Ray demonstrates in unbelievable time pressure situations. And here he's already spent 2 minutes. He continues to bring his pieces out of the gates. Rook to d1.
Yeah, rook d1. I mean, Danya, it's like a close position. So when are we going to see the first capture?
Maybe. I mean, I don't think it's going to come from white. I don't think white's allowing c takes d5, e takes d5, increasing black's control over e4. I think if we're going to see the first capture in the next couple of moves, it might be black taking on c4 and following it up with a move e5. But I'm going to predict 2 moves from now.
Actually, e5 is a very big threat because even without taking on c4, you might threaten e5 to e4 afterwards with a fork of queen and bishop. So I appreciate what you're saying there. I see that. Black has a lot of opportunity. Ray's going to think. So maybe we should hop on over to the other game between Grischuk and Bach.
Let's do that. And we have Alexander Grischuk with the white pieces in game 1. And this smacks of an English opening. We got there through a King's Indian attack move order. Grischuk fianchettoing his kingside bishop. Benjamin responding with an ambitious setup, putting his pawns in the center and fianchettoing his own bishop. So kind of a Grunfeld Englishy type of opening. This is still well within theoretical boundaries, Robert. I don't know too much about these positions. What I do know is that Grischuk's last move, bishop e3, has put the b2 pawn on pre, but capturing it seems brazen indeed.
Yes, and I'm looking at Bach with a fresh haircut, but I don't think he wants to take that pawn because rook b1 would be the follow-up. A2 is loose, but you're not taking that pawn because your bishop will get pinned and you'll lose a piece, of course. So instead, the bishop has to drop back. But then white gets active very quickly with moves like queen a4, knight d4 to follow up. The c5 pawn is loose, and it's going to be very difficult to protect that pawn on c5. When the f1 rook slides to c1, you don't have b6 available because the opening of the g2 bishop to the a8 rook is going to be a problem. So all these things seem to be an issue for black, and I'm not sure he's going to grab that pawn on b2.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to move his queen back to d6, getting rid of the pin. You want to go b6, bishop b7 in these types of positions. That's the ideal development. But playing b6 here would be a horrible blunder due to knight d4. So the current position after bishop e3, as Benjamin Bach ponders his next move, complicated middle game in this game, and we will keep an eye on it. But right now, let's keep an eye on the start of the Wesley So Dennis Lazavik game, because I'm very curious to see what opening Wesley is going to play. And there's the answer, Robert. An Italian, which has been Wesley's go-to weapon for the last couple of years.
Yeah, no surprises there, especially in game 1 when you're just feeling your opponent out. And Wesley has played many chess events in recent weeks and months, right? The Olympiad, in St. Louis, the Rapid Blitz, and the St. Phil Cup. It's like nonstop for him. So he plays this slow setup. Black is castled. And one of the big questions often is who is going to strike in the center? Is white going to be able to play c3 and maybe b4 or d4, or is black going to thrust that pawn forward with d5, which is very risky because the e5 pawn becomes a target?
Yeah, I would say that up until 5 years ago, d5 was all the rage. People were trying out various systems related to d7, d5. Nowadays, I think almost everybody puts their pawn on d6, getting a close center position. And that doesn't mean black never plays d5. At some point later down the line, d5 becomes a possibility. But for now, we're seeing completely standard moves. This is a very traditional type of Italian. Recently, we've seen black putting the pawn on a5 in these positions, Robert. But here, Dennis Lazavik with a7, a6. Old and reliable. Rook e1 from Wesley. We're going to see traditional, natural developing moves with the knight generally hopping from d2 to f1 and then toward g3.
As much as I love maneuvering games, I think we have to switch on over to Levon Aronian against Theodorou. That one is electric. We're only 13 moves in this game, but look at this position, Danya. White is up a pawn, but black just made the move knight g4, attacking this bishop on e3. Theodorou in his prep. I am not so certain about Levon.
Theodorou with over 15 minutes on his clock. Let's rewind a couple of moves to show what happened. In their Olympiad game that you had referenced earlier, Robert, they had a King's Indian. Theodorou playing a King's Indian right in Levon's wheelhouse and crushing him. It was an incredible tactical game. And I think Levon reprising the same line that he played against Theodorou in the Olympiad, or maybe it was slightly different, but this bishop e2, bishop e3 variation has been all of the rage the last couple of years, and Theodorou adopting kind of a Benoni setup with c5 and e6, something Levon might not have expected because generally King's Indian players rely on the e7, e5 pawn break rather than on the c5 pawn break. But here, Theodorou with the Benoni setup and striking at the queenside with b5, adding some Tabasco sauce to the position. Levon counter-striking in the center, and Robert, this is where things already get crazy, and it's only move 10.
Yeah, when you play a move like e5, you're trying to explode black's pawn structure. That Benoni structure with d6, c5 is no more. The bishop lands on c5. Then the b5 pawn is captured next. So when all is said and done, Danya, white is a pawn to the good, but black does have plenty of compensation in the form of a semi-open b file where rook will land on b8 at some point. It's clear that Theodorou wants to go after his bishop on e3. You can play e5 to e4, then a slide a knight into the e5 square. So there's some promise here for black, but I also think it's very easy to go wrong. And that's what happens when you give up material. One inaccuracy, and you're really down a pawn without the compensation. So Theodorou is thinking he's doing the right thing at this moment, Danya. And you know that Levon wants to get vengeance for that loss that you mentioned in the Olympiad.
He does. And Levon's style is perfectly suited for rapid. He's a very intuitive player. He rarely gets it in time pressure. But for that matter, so does Theodorou. Both of these players generally tend to trust their intuition. You mentioned compensation for the pawn. The other main source of black's compensation is the bishop pair. And whatever Theodorou does, he wants to try to make sure that both of his bishops are firing on all cylinders. And that's easier said than done. The tempting move here is to play e5, e4. But if you play this move prematurely, let's assume that white castles and you play e4. The knight hops into d4, and now you've got a massive problem with the knight unstoppably coming to c6. Levon does indeed castle. Let's keep an eye on how Theodorou tries to unfold this compensation and unravel the remainder of his undeveloped pieces.
Yeah, there is something to note. The pawn on b2 is loose right now, and a6 was just played. So if you follow up with bishop c6 and rook takes b2, which is actually the likely sequence here, it's not like all of a sudden black is just equalized because the material is equal. The bishop on c6 is a powerhouse. That knight on c3 can go to a4 and then into c5. The open b file, where you just stole that pawn, can be helpful for white because black is not fully developed. There's a pin on the knight on d7. So even though black has the bishop pair and then equal material, you think that should be good, but white has the more active pieces. And not to mention knight e4 to d6. There's a passed d5 pawn that's protected and anchored in there. So I think that Theodorou needs to be very careful in the next few moves.
Yeah, he most certainly does. And he didn't take on b2 immediately, but ultimately he does. And a very important moment here for Levon. You mentioned two ideas, knight a4, knight c5, as well as knight e4, knight d6. To me, going through the center seems a little bit more natural. I like the look of knight e4, but of course, then you have to reckon with the possibility of f5. But if black is not careful, his position could implode within a couple of moves. In fact, I think after knight e4, f5 is highly inadvisable due to knight d6. And black's position looks like it's already about to collapse. Knight e4 is on the board.
And this is a scary Levon Aronian to face because when he's moving quickly and confidently, we know that he was the number 2 rated player in the world, above 2800, well above 2800. I think 2835 was his peak. And in recent years, he has lost some rating. He hasn't always been the Levon Aronian of years past. But when he is feeling it, he's really feeling it. If rook f8 is your best move, well, it's clear that white should be the side with the better chances.
I think rook f8 is a good move, though. Theodorou accepting that he needs to adopt a defensive posture here. The point of rook f8 is to take the sting out of the move knight d6. This move now does not come with tempo, which gives black another tempo to coordinate his pieces and get this cancer out of his position, maybe with a move like queen e7. But Robert, this position kind of smells to me. I feel like even after, let's say, queen e7, white could maybe trade the knight for the bishop, loosening the d7 knight, maybe bring a rook into the game, and eventually that d5 pawn could be set in motion. And if it hits d6, black's position is going to be potentially quite dire.
And Levon, in the starting position, he went rook f to b1, with talking about how stealing a pawn opens a file. Can't complain about this choice. I think the d5 pawn, bishop c6 configuration is going to be a nuisance. We'll see how this one continues, but maybe we should continue hopping around. We do have 5 matches in play. So let's choose which one catches our eye.
Okay, well, I will say that Lenier Dominguez has started his game against Maxime Chigayev. I think we should hold off on visiting that game. We just have a sort of a typical Ruy Lopez endgame. We'll update you on the game when it gets a little bit spicier. But for the time being, how about we quickly switch back to our marquee matchup between Ray Robson and Vasily Ivanchuk? Because you asked me a question when I think the first capture is. I think you asked me that question after rook e8. I forget what I said. I think I said 2 moves. Guess what? Bishop f1, queen e7, bishop d2, and dc.
You are the prophet for a reason.
Patting myself on the back shamelessly, Robert. Shameless. I'm not even hiding what I'm doing.
You should, because you were correct. Ivanchuk correctly took on c4 and then played e5. And this is a position that, look, to my eyes, looks very pleasant for black. Now, in the long run, the bishop that was blockaded by all those light square pawns now has a target on f7. So if black doesn't obtain equality fully and make sure to neutralize that bishop, it could be a long-term issue. That said, I like the center for black. The rook on e8, queen on e7, pawn e5. I don't think you should push that pawn to e4. That would be tempting for a lot of people to attack a queen. But then you see after the move e4 is played, white just slides the queen away, and I think that you can move it. Oh, actually, maybe is there... It's a tactic.
I think knight takes c4 works.
I blundered. I thought you just slide the queen back and just have a nice position because there's no tension. But knight e4, you're right. Your tactical eye is there, Danya.
Yeah, knight takes c4. And I think your point is well taken. Even if you move your queen positionally, locking up the center doesn't make sense. Unties white's hands for more direct attack on the f7 pawn. But after knight e4, if you take the bishop and white takes back with the knight, it's all easy. And after knight takes c4, you might say, oh, the bishop's defended, but the queen is overextended. After bishop b4, queen takes b4, white picks up the pawn on f7 and then picks up the knight. The queen easily gets out and white retains a big material advantage. And so Vasily Ivanchuk, on the basis of that and other considerations, Robert, decides to keep the tension by bringing another piece into the game. And we have here kind of a cat and mouse game where both sides try to preserve the tension and prepare for the eventual opening up of the center, because eventually either black's going to take on d4 or white's going to take on e5 or white's going to play d5. Somebody is going to flinch, and you want to be the side that is better prepared when the center ultimately opens up. You don't want to dilly-dally so that when the center opens, you're basically caught with your pants down.
Right. So don't be surprised if some more waiting moves like h6, improving moves, giving the king luft in case there's a back rank issue. Moves like that are what are usually played in this position, and you don't take, as Donnie was just saying, until you're completely ready. I mean, e takes d4 is not out of the question, but the problem playing e takes d4 is you open up the e file for white's rook, and a rook wins a showdown with the queen on an open file, and the bishop on d2 is a much happier piece with a trade on d4. So that's why Ivanchuk is refraining from that capture, even though it hands his opponent an IQP, an isolated queen pawn. So this one, I think, we'll see more shuffling for the time being. Danya, the Grischuk game against Benjamin Bach, that one has changed quite a lot, and we're deep in down variations where the black king doesn't look entirely safe to my eyes.
It is not. And in previous CGC games, we have seen this theme of a pawn landing on h6. I think in Dmitry Andreikin's first round matchup against who? Help me out here.
You can do it.
Wait, it's on the tip of my tongue. Dmitry Andreikin faced first letter of his last name.
H.
Hakobian, Aram Hakobian.
There you go.
Yeah, that only limited it to like 75. But
yeah,
we saw
he could have beaten me.
Hess, that's right. We saw this in Hakobian's matchup against Dmitry Andreikin, where Dmitry put this pawn on h6. And a lot of people, when they see this pawn, they think, but the black bishop is protecting g7. But the important thing here is focusing on the long run. This is not a sustainable defensive construction. Eventually, black's bishop is going to have a job. It's going to have to do something. And you want to avoid a situation where there is a checkmating square that is permanently under white's control. And the h6 pawn is perfectly safe because it is essentially permanently protected by the white bishop. There is no doubt in my mind that white has a serious advantage here. What Benjamin Bach has to try to do is get active in the center and on the queen side. He has to try to optimize his rooks, bring the other rook to c8, and maybe distract white by attacking d4 and putting pressure on white's other pieces.
That's right, because at some point, Grischuk is thinking about the move d4 to d5, thinking about rook d1, d5, get his rooks on the opening file, I should say. Then the f7 pawn is tender. So it's not just the dark squares there. That f7 pawn with the queen on b3 lined up against it, that could be a long-term problem. But this configuration of queen a6, rook b5, pawn on e2, very awkward. So the e2 pawn is loose in many different variations. So I think that Grischuk has to time things perfectly. Otherwise, he might just drop a pawn that he will not be happy to lose.
Yeah, and I've been flirting, as you were talking, with some ridiculous variations. If we pull up an analysis board, I'm going to derail the entire commentary shamelessly to show one of these variations. I was thinking about rook e5 with the idea of meeting queen takes e2. Oh, and I just realized there's bishop g5. So maybe rook e5 isn't such a dumb idea. My initial thought was a sacrifice on e6, trying to exploit the weakness of those dark squares after takes, king h8. Now, you would love to give a discover check with the bishop, so I think the move d5 is pretty strong here, threatening bishop d4. But of course, the computer laughs at me, as it always does when you try to sacrifice a piece. But I think you get the point. These ideas might become quite a bit stronger if white brings this rook into the game with a move like rook d1, as you said.
And it's what we always say, that even if it doesn't work in this position, you have to be very wary of that black king side, because a rook takes e6 tactic may hit you when you're not looking for it, and they may collapse your entire defensive structure. So Grischuk here, he's in the think tank. They're about even on the clock. That's good news for Grischuk, because he's usually the one down several minutes, but we'll leave him with the task of where to put his rooks, how to continue with the initiative.
We will indeed, and I can bet you a silver dollar that we are going to see a time scramble in this game. Benjamin Bach, of course, not shy about taking his time as well. In the meantime, the Aronian-Theodorou game continues to heat up. Could we jump to that game, or is something else catching your eye? Let's do it. Levon still up a pawn, but Theodorou has managed to activate all of his pieces, and Levon's rook is currently hanging, the a-pawn is hanging, and the king is weak. Robert, unless I'm misevaluating this looks positive for Theodorou.
It kind of looks like a study where someone just gives you a position, it's like, evaluate this. And I'm like, I have no idea. Right? I even see the eval bar next to it about hovering around zeros, and I'm like, why? I don't get it. Isn't white up a pawn with this bishop on c6, pawn on d5? That looks really nice. But the knight on e5 is a bit loose, right? So that's going to be a problem for Levon here. And the a4 pawn, I don't think he's so worried about that. But what Levon would ultimately love to do is get his rook involved in the attack, rook d4, rook f4 type of maneuver. But I don't think that Nico is going to sit there and do nothing, right? He's seeing what Levon is bringing to the table, and after the move rook d4, there might even be annoying moves for black to use here, like a queen c5 potentially. There's no knight d7 because the rook on d4 is hanging. But this position just is very, very flimsy, it feels like.
Yeah, it almost seems like both players, but especially white, is kind of stuck in molasses. If you play queen c5, you want to lift the rook up to f4, but of course the point of queen c5 is that now the queens get traded and you drop the knight on e5. So high probability of a blunder, and even top players often aren't able to avoid blundering in a position where all of their pieces are loose like this. Levon, in the meantime, has decided to shift his rook to c1, attacking the bishop on c2. And Robert, this bishop doesn't have any escape scores. If you take on a4 right now, I think you might be opening up the king to some unexpected tactics, such as knight takes f7. After king takes f7, white drops the bishop back, opening up the c file, and black's king gets checkmated after queen takes a4, rook c7 check. So plenty of ideas like that. What does Theodorou do after rook c1?
Wow, that's actually a beautiful line. And I was about to say knight takes f7 ideas should be considered, but that makes it work directly. So if he can't bring his bishop to take that pawn a4, and his bishop has no more squares, that means he must defend his bishop tactically. So that leads me to queen b4. Oh, he blunders. But I was about to say queen b4 was a way to defend that bishop, because the knight on e5 would be captured if the rook took the bishop on c2.
Oh, beautiful. And after bishop b5, queen e5, you fork the rook and the king with queen b1. These are the kinds of ideas that you have to see on demand in positions like this. Will Aronian spot knight takes f7? You can see the eval bar shooting up furiously. Knight takes f7 wins on the spot, and Levon plays it on the spot. No hesitation, Robert. This guy's a beast.
This is exactly what you do not want if you're Theodorou. Obviously, you never want to lose, but the worst thing that can happen in a match against somebody who's much higher rated than you are is to give them that confidence that they're just going to bully you. And then you start being demoralized, you start questioning if you even have a chance. And knight takes f7 is the kind of punch that is just a knockout blow completely. And you see Theodorou's face, head in hand. He knows that this game is done.
And he will be upset to start the match in the way that he has. I know he's taking this very seriously. He was texting me yesterday. He told me that he changed his internet service provider and made sure that his internet was up to par in preparation for this match. So he was hoping for a reprisal of the result from the Olympiad. That is not going to happen. The evaluation is +10, and that is not an exaggeration, Robert. The king is toast. The first set goes to Aronian.
It certainly is going to, because as you were the first to indicate, queen takes a4 is too slow. And the points queen e6 check is coming, or in this variation, actually, queen h6 is going to lead to mate. So even better. I thought queen e6 and rook c7, but your move order is much better.
I think either one works. And the point is that rook d7 does cover the check, but walks into a deadly fork. White recaptures the rook, and white's king is easily evades the only check that black has on d1. Let's see how this game ends. King g7, desperate try by Theodorou, but something like g5, Robert, I think, continues to expose this king and sets up queen e7. I can't even finish the sentence before the move is played.
And that's the most depressing part, is Levon is finding all of the best moves instantly. He is not giving Nico a shred of hope. And on one hand, it doesn't prolong the suffering. On the other, it's like, okay, is this guy going to be in this kind of form every single game we play? Because if so, if this is the Levon Aronian we're going to see, this guy might not just win this match. He might win the entire global championship.
Yeah, I mean, you see the murmurings that, are the top players overrated? They're just making draws with each other. Then you see somebody like Aronian play a game like this. Then you're like, nah, they're not overrated. There's a reason that these guys are playing each other in St. Louis. They're beasts.
Yes, and I do firmly believe that the rating system is a bit antiquated, because we know the Arjun Aragaisis of the world are probably stronger than people who have higher ratings, but the rating system is based on past performance. But as you just stated, there's a reason why Levon Aronian is invited to every single tournament, because you want him in the field, not just for his fashion choices, his cat t-shirts, his flair for the dramatic, but look at this position. He just crushes people over the board. He did that to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the Sinquefield Cup. He's had a rough string of events, and maybe this is just the tournament he needs to rebound and recover some of those lost rating points.
Exactly. Well said, and Theodorou gives up his bishop. Last-ditch hope. Whoa.
I wasn't expecting that, but it makes sense to liquidate. No worry for the white king. An extra piece for white, and it's not the easiest position to win, right, Daniel? Because... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I'm surprised that Levon didn't invest a little bit of time trying to find a checkmate there.
Yeah, that was a bit strange, right? He could have went queen e7 check a few moves back instead of playing rook c7 and try to go after the black king. But maybe he thought that this would be easy. And if he can trade queens, well, the game is over, right? Because you have an extra bishop, and it's an f2 pawn, not an h2 pawn. So if he can somehow find a queen trade, then the game is done.
I think there's no question he's going to win this. Really, the only question is how long Nicholas is going to be able to prolong the agony here. But there's almost no way that black can swindle white unless, short of Levon blundering his f-pawn, I just don't see a way that Nico gets sufficient counterplay here to save the game. So we can entrust the technical process to Levon. And in the meantime, a couple of other games are approaching the time scramble phase. One big update we have to give you before we move on. Ooh, I thought Alexander Grischuk was on the path to winning this game, but now that I look at it more carefully, Robert, it occurs to me that black has a good deal of pawns for the exchange, and he has managed to keep his king relatively safe. I think Benjamin is actually not doing so poorly in this position.
No, he has a cocoon as shelter over there. The bishop on f8, the queen on e8. It's impossible to dislodge those pieces because white has a rook for a bishop and 2 pawns. But actually, I could see black even winning this game if Grischuk thinks that he must win. He has more material. No. The h6 pawn will be lost in the event of a queen trade. And this queenside extra pawn for black could be something. So what I think that both sides need to do is kind of just shuffle pieces. Like if you're Benjamin, maybe play a5. Maybe you could play over there. But just move your queen and go back to e8 or go to e6, things like that. Just make sure your king doesn't get in any danger. And as white, you cannot really play for a win, because you're more so playing for a loss.
Yeah, as white, you probably just need to keep your queen in close proximity to black's f7 pawn to limit the mobility of black's queen. And the ideal scenario for white would be to induce a move like f5, but Benjamin with a big decision here, offering a queen trade. And I hope he's evaluated this resulting endgame carefully. I think it honestly doesn't really change the evaluation of the position. Robert, I have a feeling that Benjamin might have underestimated the impact of white bringing this rook to d8 or d7. That could cause some danger, especially if this rook gets behind these pawns.
Yes, but I get the feeling he might take with the pawn on c5 just so he can eliminate the h6 pawn as quickly as possible. Because let's say you play rook c2 to say, oh, you take h6, I take c5, but then the bishop goes to e3 and goes to b6, and then there's no way black is going to lose that position.
Yeah, here you can just go eat dinner or breakfast or whatever. You can basically leave the board because every pawn and every piece is protected. Agreed completely. BC is an important move. And I think that the likelihood is over 90% that this game ends in some sort of a positional draw with neither side able to make progress. So let's jump on to another game. Is there one that catches your eye?
Yes, Leonard Dominguez is up a piece against Maxim Chigayev. We haven't
did that happen?
given this a single look. And then I looked and I was like, where did that piece go for black?
Well, let's start here. This is about 10 moves prior to the position we have right now. Lenier is better in an endgame. Why is he better? Look at how juicy this c4 square is. Black's pawn structure on the queen side is really, really bad. There's a lot of holes, a lot of weaknesses, but it still seems perfectly defendable. Chigayev with a5, creating another target that the knight on c4 could also attack. So black is worse, but then Chigayev exacerbates the situation, Robert, by trapping his own bishop in the center. Now, right now, this bishop has an out. We can trade it for white's dark squared bishop, but eventually, as the sides start to maneuver, Lenier kind of falters a little bit. He goes back and forth. Eventually, he embarks on the right path. He puts the knight on c4, and this is the critical moment. Bishop e6, whoop, bishop e1. And all of a sudden, he's threatening c3, and black's bishop no longer has that out. You can't now say, okay, I'll trade it for white's dark squared bishop. You're busted.
Yeah, and we just saw a bit of a snarl from Chigayev. He's not happy with what's occurred here. And the big problem for black was the a5 pawn was hanging, but the bishop d4 was trapped. And if you ever took on f2, so you traded off those bishops, then you can see the d file, right? All of a sudden, white is very happily situated on the file. There are long-term problems with the king snaking in the queen side later. It feels like Bobby Fischer would have won this without even looking at the board, like you were saying before. So this is a bad position. And so he sacrifices material, hoping that that will give him some chances. But he didn't actually take the rook on d1, Danya. He didn't want to give Lenier 2 pieces for the rook, which was easily winning. He went for what he might have thought would be a little bit of an attack, but there's no attack to speak of. And king e1 in the live position after the next few moves, it's going to be just an easy win for Dominguez.
And I'll just highlight that rook d2 was a very important defense. Rook f6 is basically a mate threat. There's no way to cover the f6 square. Bishop h4 here would be a very myopic move due to g5, chasing the bishop away. But instead, rook d2 is a much safer defensive move. Bishop f2 parries the threat. And as you're saying, king e1 removes the king from the pin. And I think Chigayev is going to resign within a couple of moves here, if not now.
He's just done a piece. And Lenier Dominguez is a positional wizard. So you may be wondering, what was Chigayev doing? He blundered. That's not what happened in this game. What happened was the squeeze, the positional understanding of Lenier Dominguez. He put Chigayev on the ropes, even though there were no tactics. And Chigayev, he's going to go down in game 1 with the black pieces. So I think we can go to another game. Let's catch the time trouble between, Robson and Ivanchuk.
We're on the same page here. Look at the clocks here. Ray Robson was 7 seconds. Vasily Ivanchuk is about to join him. He's got 30 seconds. And Robert, the center has finally opened up. And I don't think either player has really benefited from it. I think we're still basically equal. But given the time situation, something's about to happen.
And I love the move knight g4. h4 is hanging 2 seconds. He plays the move g3. Whew. That was a nerve-wracking situation. And I have to say quickly, Danya, that Ivanchuk, I would have thought he would just flag no matter what in time trouble. I did see him score like 9 out of 11 in Title Tuesday recently. He can play online blitz.
Yeah, I think he's fully aware of the clock here. There's a 2-second increment. Don't forget that. I think queen f6 right now would be a good way to threaten a fork on f3, but instead Ivanchuk trades his knight for the bishop. Now the material is completely balanced. The position remains equal, but Ivanchuk seizes the only open file.
Yeah, I like black here. I would play c5, b6, make sure the knight doesn't get to d4. But if it's rook d7, a safe move. Trades are happening here. It feels like it should be equal, but I'm worried about Ivanchuk's clock.
Yeah, I'm worried that in the long run, in the context of 15 moves, I feel like Ivanchuk might be the first to blunder. But for now, he's staying solid. This rook on d7, so importantly placed as it covers both b7 and f7. Both sides kind of shuffling back and forth. 2 seconds for Ray as he attacks black's queen.
Queen f6, just stepping back, king g7, make a quick move, and Ivanchuk has gained a little bit of time. Watch out for queen c5, queen f8 check. That's the one thing you need to avoid. If Ivanchuk has 2 seconds, he barely got that move off.
Will Ray keep the rooks on the board?
Oh my gosh, they're getting down to 1 second where they make moves. It's giving me heart palpitations.
The queen is attacked. The queen moves. So far, neither side blundering, but a blunder could happen at any moment. Still shuffling their pieces around. I think Ray's the one playing for a win here. Ray wants to exploit Vasily's time pressure, but if the rooks get traded, Robert, you can basically sign the peace accord.
Yeah, and it's one of those. Oh, watch out! Be careful. King
Queen C3.
King H7.
Queen
play
C3,
F6.
F6.
You have to play F6.
But that's a major weakness. Queen C4.
Oh, making inroads. Queen D5 after Queen C4 is available.
You're right. Black has to use his queen now to block the queen's
1
access.
second.
1 second, he's gonna fly!
Oh my gosh, he got him 0.1! He got that off with 0.1.
Oh, now Ray is 0.1.
Oh my gosh, these two are just scaring us left and right. And D4, what a move by Ivanchuk.
They are tempting the time gods.
Go, King G7, just go.
But now, I think practically Ray's a little bit better here because of his king placement. He's going to shove this rook to B6 and tie Black's rook down to the 7th rank. And now he's going to start pushing his queenside pawns.
I just don't think his king can get over there. So, yeah, the B7 pawn is a target, but the king can't go across the D file, which means that take on G4 here, play King F7, or just King F7 right away. Sure.
Yeah, because if Black's king gets if White's king gets to F5, it can be parried back with a rook from D5.
That's right. And Ivanchuk doing exactly what he's... Wow, 2.1 seconds when Ray made that move. He wants B5 next, most likely. Rook E7, cutting...
Or H5.
King G7 here.
Or even G5.
3 seconds for Ray.
Oh my god, G5, King F5 is mate, but Ivanchuk...
No,
1 second!
Go! Oh my gosh, 0.4 seconds when he made that move. Ray!
Oh my god, Ray moving!
0.3!
Oh! Ivanchuk to 0.3. Holy smokes!
I don't like watching this. Oh my gosh, it feels like a roller coaster I signed up for, but hate going on.
Ray's making progress though. His king's on D5. Ivanchuk's panicking. He flags.
He flagged. Oh my gosh, I hated every second of that, and Ivanchuk hated even more.
Oh my lands! Vasily flags. What a heartbreaker, but what persistence from Mr. Robson. He just kept his foot on the gas pedal, and eventually Ivanchuk fails to deal with the complexity of the position. We have one more game still going though, Robert. This one might also enter a time scramble at some point.
Okay, well, Aronian won, as did Ray Robson and Dominguez. A draw between Grischuk and Bach, but we have this game going between Wesley So and Denis Lazavik. Denis Lazavik putting up huge resistance. The material is even, if I'm counting correctly. There's a weak B4 pawn. There's a D4 pawn that's hanging. This looks like a toss-up.
This looks like a complete toss-up. Both kings are so unsafe here. White has the potential mating idea of putting a rook on G2 and then ladder checkmating the king from G6. Should Lazavik take the F-pawn? And if so, with what piece?
Oh, gosh. It looks worrisome no matter what you take. There's rook F8. He's queen F7 after rook to G2 if you're going for checkmate. Oh, knight takes F4 actually for rook G2. It's a huge blunder.
Because that forks the queen and the rook, and it protects the G6 square. Wesley chomps on the pawn on D4. And now I think Denis is going to take on F4 with his queen.
I was blundered White's queen. I was like, is there queen E7 check? But there's a knight on D5.
Well, there is queen D7 check. But there's also a mate threat on F1.
Right. So actually, what is the response to queen takes
I don't understand
F4?
His hesitation.
There's rook G2. There's rook G2. After queen
Oh my
F4.
god. And queen G1, queen F1, rook G1.
Yeah, that was actually really intense. And now queen D6 trade. That's a pass pawn. It can be attacked with rook D8, but knight takes F5. Chomp,
4
chomp.
seconds.
But I trust Denis Lazavik in time trouble in a way I did not trust Vasily Ivanchuk.
Yeah, after knight F5, king G6, if Black wins the D6 pawn, the position becomes very easy to play, and White runs the risk of being seriously worse, Robert. This B4 pawn, don't sleep on it. It's a major weakness. It's immobilized by Black's pawns, and it can be picked up from a knight by a knight from D3.
And all of a sudden, it looked like there's a king.
White's
Here
worse.
it comes.
Don't go
White
king
is
F6.
much worse. So
maybe...
Is that king going up to G4 and F3? Like, is he going to go checkmate the white king?
Like rook C5, king G4.
Keep going.
But then the
king
knight
F3.
can drop back to F5, maybe?
Oh, good point. There is knight D5 just to cut that rook off, but it's getting complicated all of a sudden.
There's also knight takes D3, and then I can take on H6 with check.
Right.
I think Wesley's going rook C5 here.
That's a big move.
I just don't think you can afford to give up the D6 pawn on Black's terms.
No, you definitely can't. D3 is still hanging. Knight takes D3 possible here. I don't know what the repercussions are.
But now you take on H6 with check. And I think now you go around to F7 and you win B7.
Wow. That's actually a huge issue. So right at rook f5 check and then knight f7 is what you're saying, and just protect everything?
Oh, maybe knight f7. I thought at first rook f7, but I think if you can preserve the d6 pawn, you're basically winning with white.
And you have this h2 pawn. Let's not forget about that one, because in these endgames, that pawn might just be a runner.
Not only that, it basically means any pawn endgame is going to be winning for white because black's pawn majority is useless as long as this pawn remains on b4.
Although it looks like the eval bar is hovering around even there. And you see Denis Lazavik, I mean, he is really just head into the screen. Wesley So trying to cause some problems for him.
Knight f2, knight d4, there's rook f3. There's rook f3 check, and it wins the rook on d7.
Rook f3 is nuts.
Oh, it's winning. Rook f3, it's over.
Yeah, because king e4, you can just start pushing that h-pawn.
Although there is knight e3 check, and that rook on f3 is unsafe.
Yeah, that is true.
Knight e3 check.
King... Where's the king go? Because king d2 is knight f5.
No, but king f2.
But knight f5 still.
Oh, my lands. The knight is hanging. You got to move it back. But then d6 is a sitting duck. And here comes Wesley's h-pawn.
No, you can't grab d6 with anything right now, I don't think. h6.
No, h6.
Oh, knight trade. And then rook h3. This should be winning for white.
I think
it's
it's winning.
King to the queen side.
You use this pawn as a decoy.
That's right. And now,
but it's not
king
totally
d2?
Over. King c3, maybe?
King e3. So where's the black king going? King d3 now. That's king.
But how is the white king going to
Wait, he went the wrong way. No, he went the wrong way. He had to
king
go
b5
d3.
and c5?
Yes, he had to go king d3 there.
What is Wesley doing? Where is he going?
He's going nowhere. Just c5 now.
He's given black 3 tempi, but Denis isn't deciding on c5.
c5. c5. Oh, he's going to lose.
Oh my god, c5 and king a5? He's playing it too late.
Because king e4 and there's rook h5 check coming, and then king f5. Because king g6 will be check at the end.
b6, rook h5. Oh my god, Robert, you take it, and then the rook is cutting off the king. That's a classic motif where the black pawn is never going to move past a3 because of rook h3 and rook a3.
Oh my goodness. Denis Lazavik had a draw, and he missed it, and Wesley So is not going to give him another chance. No, it's done. Just queen.
Wait, okay. It's not totally over yet.
He can get a... Oh, look at that. He won his king on f6. One square closer to a1. That was brilliant, even if it was unnecessary.
And black's too slow. Way too slow.
That's
the
right.
king gets in time to the promised land. Check and king d4.
He goes for h4. Wesley doing his way.
Oh, how classy. King d4 now.
And then just king d3 and then bring rook to h8. And give the king
a3.
a check. You bring your king down.
It's over. Rook b8, king c2, and king b3.
And then after king b3, a2, you bring your rook over and then deliver the checkmate on the first
rook h8 is mate in 2, and Denis is going to resign one move from mate. What an incredible finale. What relief for Wesley. He gets up immediately.
Devastating for Lazavik. Let's go back in that endgame quickly just to show that moment where Lazavik had his chance if he had played c5 a little bit earlier.
So the point was to wait for White's king to be as far away, oops, I apologize for that, as far away as possible and to strike with c5. I think Denis just mentally forgot that he can just take a5 and then he's got a passer, and White is a weak pawn on c5. This is actually just a dead draw. Something crazy, Robert, if White goes up to g5, he actually runs the risk of losing.
For sure, because black will give this rook up for the pawn. There'll be a 2-on-none, and the rook will have to chase him down. So Denis, he saw the right idea, but he saw it too late, or he played it too late, and that gave Wesley So the win. Now, Wesley was kind of outplaying him in the endgame, so a win for Wesley is not the most unfair result, but it's really unfortunate for Denis. And in the other games, Danya, it felt like, you know, we had matchups that were tense, but the results made perfect sense. I mean, Robson, he didn't really beat Ivanchuk over the board. That game was even throughout, but Robson was able to win in time trouble. Aronian, he was able to win his game. That was just a demolition when Theodorou overlooked the tactic on f7. From start to finish, it felt like Dominguez was more comfortable than Chigayev. And then last but certainly not least, in our matchup between Grischuk and Bach, Benjamin Bach held that draw. That was good defense by him to withstand the pressure that Grischuk was putting on him.
Yeah, it was great defense by Bach, and Vasily Ivanchuk can take solace in the fact that he acquitted himself excellently in time pressure. He just needs to be a smidge faster, a smidge more confident, but that match is still very much a toss-up. But the lower rateds, Theodorou, Chigayev, they are going to have to make changes to their opening preparation, to their playing style, and they're going to have to do it on the fly because these super GMs are hawks, they are sharks, and they are preying on the minnows right now. Let's see if we have any surprises in the subsequent rounds.
And some of these players will need to speed up. Others will just need to find their form. And then others would like to continue theirs after a first round victory. But we are going to head towards a break. The players will return for the second game of their matches here in the round of 64 at the Chess.com Global Championship. Welcome back here at the Chess.com Global Championship. We have 5 matches underway right now, 1 game in. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me for the call is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, some players are thrilled about the first game that just went in the books. Others, well, they need to work on their mouse speed.
Yeah, we had only 1 draw. That was the game between Benjamin and Alexander Grischuk, but Vasily Ivanchuk, a disappointing finale there. He was following foot for step with Ray, but just at that last moment, he needed a couple more moves. Didn't have that speed. A lot of time scrambles. And I think we're going to see that again in game 2.
It is very likely, as the players vie for huge prizes. We want to let you all know, or remind you, if you've been here before, that the prize fund for the Global Championship is $1 million with the Dr. Evil Pinky. And first place is $200,000. The largest prize in Pro Chess this year. And the players, they really care. They really want this first place prize. And honestly, Danya, and I don't say this lightly, pretty much everyone in the field that's not already eliminated has a legitimate shot, because the lowest rated player, if you think about it, is a grandmaster who is very strong, who qualified their way here, like Denis Lazavik. So it's a really tough competition.
Yeah, that's really the magic of the CGC. Yes, you have favorites. You have Wesley and Hikaru and Jan Nepomniachtchi, but because of the nature of the tournament, because it's a knockout, a format that I hope will be used more on the strength of the success of this tournament, how popular it is, because there's so much on the line in every game. But one little misstep, and top players are not immune from those missteps. One little misstep, and you are eliminated from the tournament. Anybody over 2,600 has a serious shot at one of these top prizes.
And the players that we are about to bring on screen, they're above 2,600. And if we remind you of the 5 matches underway, it is a great day of chess. We had 3 matches earlier. Duda won his match in style. He swept Mitrava Guha. Wang Hao defeated Peter Leko and Alexei Sarana. He was a popular upset pick. He defeated Vidit Gujarati. But right now, Leonard Dominguez with the lead. Ray Robson, his compatriot, also with the lead. Wesley So, Levon Aronian, the Americans, they swept the first game of action. 4 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses in the first game.
Yeah, a very impressive performance indeed. And the second game is about to begin. Once again, nobody thus far in the CGC has come back from a 2-0 deficit. So for someone like Vasily Ivanchuk, who has the white pieces in this game against Ray, Robert, it's basically mission critical that he tries to equalize the score.
Yeah, and sometimes you say there are 4 games, you don't need to win this specific one, but it just feels like when the higher rated player wins game 1, the lower rated player, the lower seeded player, has to strike back immediately. You cannot give a Levon Aronian the confidence that he needs to secure the match by not winning that second game. So Aronian-Theodorou, we know him as Kriari. He is a speed demon. He is a magician online. He's going to need to cook up a magic potion right now to take down this informed Levon Aronian.
Yeah, he definitely needs some magic. He needs some great opening preparation. I thought his opening prep in the last game was pretty impressive. I mean, he got Levon to think first, but Levon, with that move Queen D2, immediately tossed the ball back to Nico's court. He just wasn't able to solve the ensuing problem. So Nico needs more where that came from, but he needs to follow it up with accurate play in the early middle game.
And when the ball is in a Greek person's court, we can usually trust them. The Greek freak, Giannis Antetokounmpo, not here to save the day, but Aronian-Theodorou typically doesn't need much assistance when it comes to chess. And the other matchups, Ivanchuk needs to be faster. He played great chess, but unfortunately, he lost on time. Wesley So, he outlasted Denis Lazavik in a very complex position where both sides had some chances throughout the game. And Leonard Dominguez, that was pretty much as one-sided as it gets. Like right out of the opening, he was much better. And then Chigayev, he could not withstand that positional pressure that Dominguez put on him. But this match, Danya, it was a draw in game 1. Here, Bach gets the white pieces in game 2. What do you expect from this one?
Well, Bach got his foot in the door with a solid hold in game 1. I think if I had to predict which match was the likeliest to result in an upset, and Benjamin, I love Benjamin. He's a great player. But if he beats Alexander Grischuk, that is a major upset. I think it's this one. Benjamin, he seems to be in good form. He is confident against everybody. I think that's one of the things that makes him a scary opponent for top players. He doesn't really care who he's playing. He plays with the same solid kind of boa constrictor style. Now, Alexander Grischuk has his work cut out for him as they are entering an opening that has been in the news a lot lately. The Catalan, Jan Nepomniachtchi has played it full time recently. Everybody seems to be playing the Catalan.
And we have a throwback A6, A4, Bishop D7. I mean, this has been around forever. And in this position, Black actually has a number of options here because A5 is the most popular move. I played this myself. You can also just play Bishop D6, and that is Grischuk's choice. He's trying to trade those bishops. And after Queen C1 here, you don't really want to trade on F4 because then the white queen just jumps out into the game. So instead of move like knight B to D7, keep the tension. This has actually been a theme of the day so far, Danya. Here's keeping tension attention rather than trading immediately.
And it's a theme in the Catalan. You often get these positions where both players are vying for small gains. Nothing happens fast. In a position like this, you rarely get any major transformations. You might get a minor piece trade here or there, but rarely do we see black making a move like e5. Rarely do we see white, breaking through with d5. The center generally remains closed, and both sides try to make incremental improvements to their position. Big question now for Benjamin: where does he want to develop the knight? Robert, I've seen people trying to go knight bd2, knight c4. Obviously, the more conventional developing square is c3. So not much to say here other than the fact that, the position's complicated. I'm sure there are still games in this position, but Benjamin the first to take a long think.
Yes, and I'm taking a look at his artwork in the background. It's catching my eye. Looks like he has a pleasant room display, but he's very concentrated right now, and he's the one spending time first. So I'm wondering if he's truly out of preparation. And Benjamin did just play in the Olympiad, and so that gave him ample opportunity to look at his openings for direct opponents. But considering he's thinking here, Donna, do you think it's where to move the knight on b1? Should he move the rook from f1 right now to d1 or e1? Which is the better square? Is he going to get the move e2 to e4 in if he goes rook e1, knight c3? Seems unlikely because Grischuk won't just allow that. But these little moves are of the utmost importance.
Yeah, I think he probably has come across this position in his preparation, but the challenge of openings like the Catalan, and we see a similar challenge in the Italian, right? There's just so many move orders and so many similar looking positions. I'm sure you could have this same position with a black knight on a6 rather than d7, or maybe with the bishop on e7, but the rook on c8. And each of those minor changes obviously impacts where white wants to position his pieces. And I think Benjamin is trying to figure out how Grischuk's specific setup impacts his choice of development. My inclination here would be maybe to play knight bd2. The only other thing I'd add, Robert, and I pass it off to you, is that bishop takes f4 is rarely all that scary. After g takes f4 and e3, white's pawn mass gives him nice control over a lot of these center squares.
That's 100% the case because black often equalizes in the Catalan by playing c7 to c5. And you're not getting that anytime soon with this configuration. And now you're not getting e5 in either. So I'm with you, Danya. I don't typically like taking on f4. I've been squeezed from the black side of that position. And I haven't enjoyed it one bit. So for Benjamin right now, it's okay to spend some time. But I think that if he continues to burn clock, I have a feeling that Grischuk is going to gain even more confidence in his ability to equalize.
Agreed completely. And as we've been talking, Benjamin has been thinking. He's already burned through 3 minutes of his clock. We're still in the opening phase. So he's going to have to be pretty swift once he decides where he wants to put the knight on b1 and how he wants to position his heavy pieces. But successful opening, I think, for Alexander Grischuk overall.
Yes, no, hugely successful. If he's not down 3 minutes on the clock, it's already a success. And the position itself, it is nice for him. And he has so much experience. He's played the candidates many times. He's played the black side of the Catalan against Vladimir Krumnik and all the best Catalan players in the world. So Benjamin Bach needs to have something here. Otherwise, Grischuk is going to hold the black pieces, I feel like.
Well, speaking of So experienced, Wesley So is about to start his game, and we will monitor the opening in that game. Wesley winning game one, but Denis Lazavik can take solace and can even take pride in the fact that Wesley won by really the narrowest of margins. So, you need to drag these top guys into a long game, into a position where, they're likely to go wrong. And I think Denis Lazavik needs to adhere to the same strategy. And he's got the white pieces here. Let's see if he can make anything out of the opening.
Yeah, you're right. He can take solace and consolation in the fact that he lost essentially a bullet scramble. It wasn't the game itself that he lost. It was really in time trouble. Now, he's down 1-0 on the scoreboard in a 4-game match. So you can only be so happy about that. And here we see another Catalan. So Denis, he's taking a page out of Bach's book. All of them taking a page out of Krumnik and their great predecessor's book. And Wesley quickly takes on c4. Now, if there's one person that I trust in openings, it's often Wesley So, because he knows what's up. And he also knows that he's one of the best at punishing people with a slight advantage. And I feel like he's great at neutralizing advantages as well.
Yeah, when Wesley wants to make a draw, you can basically hang your hat on the fact that he's going to make that draw. And in contrast to Alexander Grischuk, Wesley chooses the more fashionable line, which was really introduced to most people's eyes by Hikaru Nakamura. He has been playing this exclusively in classical games. It's a pawn sacrifice variation. White is currently up a pawn, but that knight from a6 jumps into b4, and it is generally considered that Black's queenside counterplay and his overall piece activity compensates for the sacrificed pawn. And Robert, in the last couple of months, in almost all top-level games, Black has been comfortably holding his own in this position.
Yeah, I feel like after c5, you're down a pawn, as you were acknowledging, the b2 pawn. But look at the control, the domination of squares that Black has. Knight on e4, bishop on d5. You control the b4 and b3 squares, the semi-open b file that you can start putting pressure on the b2 pawn with. Now, White is not really in any risk, but these top players, if they see a variation, if they learn some opening prep that just completely closes the game, is like, I will make a draw, they will choose that variation for sure. So Wesley, he knows how to shut it down.
Yeah, and I've been surprised by the amount of White players who seem to barrel down head first into this variation and then don't really show a lot of dangerous preparation. I think we saw Jan Nepomniachtchi easily neutralizing Timur Radjabov. No, it was vice versa. Timur easily neutralizing Jan at the candidates tournament. Hikaru has been holding these positions very comfortably, and I think Wesley is on the path to doing the same. He's already got Denis Lazavik thinking. Now, the knight actually jumps into c5 here rather than b4, and clearly the idea is that knight b3 is a pretty devastating idea in a lot of these positions.
Right. And so you can trade rooks on a8, but still doesn't take the entire sting out of knight to b3. So, yeah, queen takes a8 there. And it just seems like a position where Black has everything under control. Now, that said, White's plan isn't exactly that complicated. What if you just play knight c3 and continue to bring out your pieces to normal squares? You're up a pawn. So you have zero risk whatsoever, and you can play sort of with a free hand and try to win the game. It's just, there's nothing to target in Black's position.
Knight c3 is on the board, and I think one very important idea is that knight b3 could actually be met with knight takes d5. Looks like a crazy queen sacrifice, but it really isn't a sacrifice at all. Knight takes c1 is out of the question. After knight e7, king h8, rook takes c1, not only does White have 3 pieces and a pawn for the queen, but look at how those pieces are placed. Look at that pin on the e4 knight. White threatens knight g5, knight e5. Black's position falls apart here, and that is reflected in the overwhelming computer evaluation. What that means is that knight takes d5 will have to be met with queen takes d5. And Robert, I'm kind of taking back some of the dismissiveness with which I approached White's position. If you get a position like this, you're up a solid pawn. You can't forget that. And Black could end up having to suffer in some sort of endgame here.
No, I didn't realize knight takes d5 was possible. I fell victim to what we tried to tell everyone to avoid, is thinking something's under attack, we have to move it. No, think tactically. Look concretely at the position. And if knight takes d5 is available, I am also starting to appreciate White's position more. I like the extra pawn, and maybe Wesley did something a little bit inaccurate. And I know I made the mistake of trusting Wesley. He's such a strong player. But maybe he actually misplayed something here.
Oh, this would be very, very impressive if Denis actually manages to get a sizable advantage out of the opening and reduce Black's compensation for the pawn. Of course, knight b3 is not forced. Wesley could also opt for a simpler continuation. He could take on c3. But I think similarly, if White takes back with a queen, White can kind of ask, like, well, where exactly is your compensation? Like, I've reduced the queenside pressure to a minimum. I'm attacking g7, and knight e4 is just a one-move threat. The queen is a very nice parking spot on e3. I think Denis has done everything he's had to do to put himself in a position to succeed out of the opening.
Wow. And it's really surprising that it's looking so nice for White when Wesley was the one who chose the variation, played quickly. But let's leave Wesley to his defensive task. Oh, what are you spotting?
Whoa. What a position in Chigayev against Dominguez. The smoke might clear very soon, but I think this should be our next visit.
Okay, I just pulled it up. See it myself here. What is
I guess it's calmer than I realized. Sorry.
Well, it looks odd with the double isolated c-pawns and the e-pawns and enemy territory. So I see the eval bar, but is it really just even like this? I like the look of it for White.
Well, white's got the superior pawn structure, no doubt about it. Okay, the queens are off the board. The bishop jumps into a6. I guess the point is that the e5 pawn is maybe a little bit easier to access than the e4 pawn. Black could be the first to attack white's weakness after castles and rook e8, for example. I don't know.
Yeah, actually, it's funny.
Weird endgame.
Bishop d4 looks like it just wins a pawn because b2 will be hanging if you play bishop f4, but there might be the move e6. So, like, don't take your eyes off this e6 flick. You take with the bishop.
It's on the board.
B7 takes it. Really?
It's on the board. Look at you.
Is this all theory? Because Lenier is playing very fast.
Lenier is playing very fast. And will he sack the exchange, or will he play rook b8, bishop takes c6, and bishop d7? And black now is the one who avoids losing a pawn because the b2 pawn is suddenly hanging. And another important detail, Robert, after rook b8, if we pull up an analysis board here, bishop takes c6, bishop d7, bishop takes c4, you take b2. It looks like rook b1 wins the rook on b8 or the bishop on b2, but in comes bishop c3 check. And the fact that white has not yet castled hurts him, and in this case, causes immediate defeat.
Yeah, wow, that's a nice line there. So Lenier has this all worked out if he plays rook b8 here, and he does just make that move. So he's on top of the complexities. This is looking like liquidation everywhere, so not the most fascinating game we have in the second round of this stage here.
Nope, but a perfect result for Lenier. If he can draw this game effortlessly, gives himself a little bit of time to rest and puts himself in a position where a win in the next round of in the next game with the white pieces will end the match. So it's kind of an unfortunate development for Maxim Chigayev, who doesn't seem to be producing any winning chances in his white game. But indeed, let's jump to the other two games that we haven't looked at yet. One of them is, it's funny, I was looking at Bach and Grischuk. We have looked at Bach and Grischuk already, so we can skip that game for now and maybe jump quickly to the Theodorou-Aronian game.
Let's hop over there. And what's going on? I see control of an open D file, but I also tend to like Black's progress on the queen side. The C file is under Black's control. This knight on D7 often ends up over on C4 if you allow it. And how does White proceed from here? It is Theodorou's move, but I don't know. I don't feel like there are any targets. I feel like Black has everything covered.
Yeah, and I don't like the way this bishop is positioned, just kind of biting on granite. And if White goes E5, not only does this lose a pawn in the current position due to bishop takes F3 and knight takes E5, but it also yields a very important outpost in the center. So White is kind of saddled with this just annoyingly placed pawn on E4. I think Levon has not only solved his opening problems, but if I had to pick a side here, and I think you'd agree with me, I would totally pick Black.
Yes, for sure. I don't see a plan for White.
Is that a demonic growl? Yes.
Yeah, that was like an emphatic yes. I mean, knight can go to B6 or to C4. I really like Levon's position. And look at his clock management. And this is what I was saying, right? When you start giving Levon Aronian that full faith that he is going to crush you, it is very likely that he is going to crush you.
Yeah, no question about it. And you know what else is tilting is how quickly he starts playing. When you're losing a match, there is nothing more tilting than your opponent just continually playing fast. You think you've thrown him off his preparation, but he just keeps going. Like every single position is in a file of his. And Levon is doing that right now. He's got 13 minutes. He's putting the pressure on the position and on Theodorou's clock. And that might backfire. I think he might have forgotten that after knight c5, trying to get this knight around, there is an exchange sack on f6.
Yeah, what was e5 there? That was odd.
That is not a move you make in 2 seconds.
It's also not a move you really want to play.
At all.
Like, knight e5 is... I wonder if there's a possibility he mouse slipped, because knight e5, bring your knight into the game seemed very reasonable, but he plays e5 instead. And now, as you were pointing out, with rook takes f6 on the horizon in many positions, I suddenly don't like Levon's position at all.
And now he's got to go rook e6, and he runs the risk of ruining his entire pawn structure if Theodorou accepts the trade, which I think he will. And now, after rook takes c6, f takes c6, Robert, White has a pretty easy target on e6. And an idea that comes to mind is h4 and bishop h3. And you have solved one of the main problems of your position, the bad bishop on g2.
Now,
instead, he goes knight g4.
I can't easily see the number there, but doesn't it say about even? So,
yeah,
even though this looks hideous for Black, maybe Levon somehow knew that this was okay. I mean, it looks very strange.
It most certainly does, but I think maybe even more importantly than the evaluation, White's play is so much easier and so much freer than it was when the pawn was still on e6. Queen c4 by Levon, and the eval bar continues to creep up in White's favor.
Yeah, the pawns on e6 and e5 doubled and isolated. These endgames will be favorable for White without question. So Theodorou, it's not going to be easy, that's for sure. But he has the advantage, and he needs to capitalize on this opportunity.
Yeah, he certainly does. And right now he's got to decide whether or not to trade the queens. And as he decides that, we are going to switch to the Ray Robson Vasily Ivanchuk game as soon as it begins, which will be any second. And Vasily Ivanchuk is...
I was going to say, it seemed like Ray was having some difficulties with his computer, but everything is back. It is stabilized, so we're glad that the second game is going to begin momentarily.
Yeah, and Vasily is basically in the same situation that Nicholas Theodorou is in. He's got the white pieces. The first game was really close, so he can take consolation in that, and he plays everything under God's blue sky. E4, D4, C4. He is capable of handling any position with a lot of deftness. Let's see what he chooses.
And well, we saw Levon just chose the queen c5, continuing to offer a queen trade, and he believes that the endgame can be held. So Theodorou, I don't typically think of him as an endgame aficionado, right? We typically think of younger players as being active and aggressive. But will he be able to punish Aronian for that quick e5 move? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, or will we see a repetition of moves, queen e2, queen c4? This resembles some of the repetitions that engines tend to give with like weird repetitions. You don't think it's forced, but maybe Theodorou doesn't want to trade queens, and in that case, he's going to have to find a suitable square for his queen where it cannot be pursued by Black's queen.
Right. And we're getting word that the Robson Ivanchuk game 2 is about to begin. Everything seems to be settled. So hopefully that gets underway in a second, because Ivanchuk, he's ready to strike. He needs to win game 2 after suffering defeat on the clock.
Yeah, and overall, again, just to repeat what I said at the conclusion of the last game, yes, he lost on time, but he lost on time because Ray Robson was able to find ways to put pressure on his position. But overall, I was impressed with Ivanchuk's time management. He wasn't taking 13 minutes on move 3. He was playing fast. He was keeping in lockstep with Ray's clock. So if he does more of the same, I think that game was essentially a toss-up in its time scramble phase.
Yeah, it was. So why don't we, in the meantime, before that game gets underway, why don't we catch up with what's happening in the Dominguez game against Chigayev? Because I've seen liquidation and I've seen equal positions. This is one of the more equal positions I've ever seen, Danya.
Yeah, this is as equal as it gets. I think a draw offer is... I would say a draw offer would have been likely if Chigayev wasn't losing. I think as it stands, Maxime is probably going to try somehow to keep his foot on the gas pedal, but there's no gas pedal to be pressed here. I mean, Black's position is fault-free. The rook can drop back to b6 in the event that it is attacked by the king. Robert, I think if this game doesn't end in a draw, it'll be because one of the sides makes a one-move blunder.
Yeah, there's symmetrical pawn structure, no real easy targets. It's looking very, very level. So we're going to entrust Dominguez to hold on to his 1-point lead in this match. And the only one that had a draw in game 1 between Benjamin Bach and Alexander Grischuk. We're in the midst of game 2 there. So why don't we check on that game when we have a moment? And here it is. We see that this board also, to my eyes, Daniel, looks very level.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of symmetrical positions and drawish positions in this game too. 2 knights against 2 knights. You mentioned earlier the c7, c5 idea. I'm pretty sure that Alexander Grischuk just a couple of moves ago was able to push that pawn to c5. And normally, if Black can do this in a good version, it generally means that he has successfully solved all of the opening problems. I don't think Benjamin has even a shred of an opening advantage here.
Well, let me ask you something. Do you think that Bach believes that he can just hold on in the next game with the black pieces and he's okay making draws and then getting game 4 with white and going to Armageddon?
Yeah, I think he's totally fine with that. I think I always repeat this. I think when you're the lower rated player, you're okay essentially drawing the first 3 games because the shorter the sample size, the higher the probability that something crazy happens in one particular game. And speaking of something crazy happening, the Ivanchuk game against Robson is underway, and we have a pretty wild opening here. So let's take a look at what's going on here in the first 10 moves.
Okay, so we had a little two knights game, or an Italian game, and what's the actual name for this?
I think it's opening? It's the Scotch Gambit.
It's like the bishop on c4. The Scotch comes with 3d4, so I don't even know.
Well, it's by transposition, right? You can either play 3d4, ed, bishop c4, but he played bishop c4 first and then d4.
All right. Well, it's not, the name of the opening, maybe not so important here, but no, I definitely don't play this. But these positions, Danya. So there's a compromised pawn structure for black on the queen side. These double c pawns. Black has the pair of bishops. Ivanchuk has more time than he started with, so he has clearly worked on this opening, and he's leaving the task to Robson to prove that the pawn structure isn't such a big deal. So how does black typically handle this?
Well, I'm an e5 player, and I will say that I struggle mightily in these types of structures, mostly because white's pawn play is a lot more natural and potentially a lot more dangerous than black's. In particular, when the smoke clears in the center, what you often see white doing is just shoving this f-pawn all the way up to f6, Robert. That provokes g6, and as we already know, that creates massive weaknesses on the dark squares. So for that reason, black has to be decisive, and he has to be focused on creating counterplay using this pawn phalanx in the center. What you often see black doing is moving the bishop away from b6. Let's say after knight d2, queen takes d2, I assume the c6 pawn has to be defended, but after you play bishop d7, you drop the bishop back to b6, and then you push c5, followed by d4, and often that opens up the long diagonal for the light squared bishop. So you use your bishop pair, and you use your superiority in the center to distract white's attention from his kingside play. That's how I would describe the typical strategy for black in these positions, as I know it.
And then on the flip side, white would love to play knight b3, exchange dark squared bishops, and hammer control over c5 and d4 and say, you have a light square bishop. Good for you. Bishops aren't always better than knights. Bishops can only cover one color complex. I'm going to absolutely dominate the other.
Yeah, so I played these moves on the board. This type of position, black wants to avoid like the plague, and Ivanchuk, Robson does avoid it. He drops the bishop back to b6, and what an interesting decision. A lot of people would rule this move out, Robert, because it does give up the pawn on c6, but something tells me, and I don't know exactly why, but I feel like Ivanchuk is not touching that peon right there.
No, he's not, because knight takes c6 is met by queen to e8, hitting the knight on c6 while attacking the pawn on e5. So if you have to drop your knight back, you've wasted time while black's pieces start getting into the game, and the initiative is entirely in Robson's favor. So bishop b6, a very good move. And now Ivanchuk is thinking. So either that means Robson played a move he didn't expect, but it was a very natural-looking move, or he was just kind of playing an opening just to play it, and now he needs to dig deep and think about what to do.
Yeah, and he's got a big decision to make. And the decision is not whether to take the c6 pawn. He's not doing that for sure. It's whether to take the knight on e4. This is not a structure that you see every day in these lines, and it's not entirely clear who this favors. You might say, well, clearly it favors white because black's pawn structure is even worse now. But the one subtle factor that works in black's favor is that it gives the black queen a very nice square in the center. If black can go queen d5 here, white will have a hard time defending e5. Black's rook gets into the game via d8, the bishop via a6. And before you know it, in the blink of an eye, black's pieces could become wildly active here. So a very important and committal decision to be made here for Vasily Ivanchuk. My guess is that he might castle, but maybe we'll see him taking on e4.
The more you talk about the position, the more I like it for Robson. I think that he's won the opening battle despite having the time deficit. And I guess I should never look at the clock when Ray Robson is playing, because he will always be down on time unless he's playing against Alexander Grischuk. So this looks really nice for him.
It does indeed. And I think that's reflected in the fact that Ivanchuk has now taken right around 2 minutes and counting on this decision. And as he does that, I think it's a good time to update everybody on some of the games which are now beginning to reach the late middle game or even end game stage. Which one catches your eye, Robert? I'm looking at Theodore Aronian, Dennis Lazavik against Wesley. Also something we can check into. Where to?
Yeah,
from here?
why don't we go to the Lazavik game against Wesley So, because Lazavik remains a pawn ahead, but they have bishops of opposite color in addition to the rooks on the board. So if the rooks get traded, immediately the game is a draw. So what Lazavik needs to do if he's hoping to win this game is just shuffle the rook around, hope that he can attack this h4 pawn, things of that nature. But yes, as you said, in all likelihood, this game should be a draw.
I would put it this way. If the time situation were reversed, Lazavik had 7.5 minutes, Wesley had 3 minutes, I would have assigned a little bit more weight to White's winning chances. As it stands, the big problem here is that you can never get rid of this bishop. The moment you play rook c6, Black plays rook d6. The main weapon among Black's defensive arsenal is that virtually any rook trade results in an immediate draw. The only exception is if White can somehow win this h4 pawn. But he basically can never do that, because even if the White king gets to g5, it can be easily parried with bishop d8 check, let alone the fact that the f2 pawn is going to be hanging. That is why I think Dennis has played e3. But the fact remains, winning the h4 pawn is virtually impossible.
Right. And that's why e3 was played, is it shuts down the bishop's control of the diagonal. But when the bishop moves from d3 or is protected, rook c4 will now target the h4 pawn. So like, let's say Black played something like rook to b8 here, which would be a big mistake. After rook b8, then rook c4 is available. And if your best move is rook to h8, you can see that Black's pieces are all in defensive postures just to save that pawn h4.
Yeah, very true. You have to get passive. And then White starts to go rook c6 and bishop c4. And this is exactly what Black wants to avoid, a situation where, as you said, he goes totally passive mode. But somehow I think that Wesley is just, he always finds a way to put his pieces on the right square. He just has a nose for the ideal squares for his pieces. I think this is a case in point. The rook belongs on d6 to deter White from playing rook c6. The last problem that he has to solve is that of the h4 pawn, because Robert, rook c4 right now is a deadly threat. It would win the pawn in this situation.
Right, and if you think, let me just bring my king from e7 to g5, that's a good way of protecting the pawn. What the king on e7 is doing that's so important is defending the d6 square. So let's just go through that position quickly. King f, he was rook d7.
Oh my God, he blundered it!
What is that?
What? Well, I jinxed it. The moment I said that he's unlikely to lose the h4 pawn, that's when I sentenced him to death.
No, but what is that move?
Rook
Why
d7?
would you play?
What is even the purpose of it?
No, that's shocking.
Oh, could it be a mouse? Might he have wanted to go king d7 in order to meet rook c4 with bishop d8?
He doesn't look like he's upset about the move he made.
He should be.
A mouse, I know, of course he should be. But if you make a mouse slip, don't
what?
you usually you throw your hands in the air?
Something. This is shocking. He just gives up the h4 pawn with no resistance.
That makes no sense. I think
now, we just don't know what to say. I would say, Robert, that, okay, a rook trade is now basically losing for Black in all versions because the two passed pawns are too far away from each other. But maybe Black can orchestrate some counterplay against the f pawn. Maybe bishop a5, bishop e1 is an idea, but no question that White is technically winning, and the winning process is not too difficult here.
Right. Bishop a5 is rook h7 check, followed by rook a7, pinning the bishop.
Evil. I mean, that ends it immediately.
I'm shocked. Like, Wesley So does not make blunders like that, and it's a one-move blunder.
Yeah, Wesley never blunders like this, and he had plenty of time on the clock. So definitely an explanation here would be nice. Strange, but Denis Lazavik is going to accept that with open arms. Bishop a5 on the board, and rook h7, rook a7 ends it.
No, just game over on the spot, and he's going to find it, of course.
Exquisite technique for Denis.
And Denis was putting pressure on Wesley over the board, but this e3 move, just trying to get rook c4 in the future, like it made perfect sense with the king coming back to e2, but Wesley played directly into his hand. So credit to Denis for putting some challenges Wesley's way, and then Wesley was not able to figure them out. So very surprising. But also the game between Bach and Grischuk, that game is fascinating. Both sides under a minute.
Whoa.
So let's go over there, because Grischuk just stole a pawn on a4, giving up his rook on b8 because the rook on d1 is loose.
And now the question for Benjamin, if he moves the rook, where does he go? He can take on d5, but I'm not sure that opening up the position is necessarily in white's favor. He ends up taking on b8, and now he grabs on b7. And once again, just like the previous game, I think the likeliest outcome, despite the time scramble, is still a draw. First order of business, Sasha has to defend the a6 pawn, and he does that while keeping his queen active.
Now, the way white loses this game is you have knight e6, and then the d pawn starts pushing. That's scary business. So I would try to stop that. He was queen 8. He's not even allowing the knight to move. That's a good first step.
And if black plays g6, that weakens the f6 square, and the queen can shift over to d8 to prepare counterplay against black's king if it emerges from its cage. No, Sasha responds by counterpinning white's knight. And now the knight's going to come to e6.
G5?
I think, g5 and g4.
Wait, is he just winning the piece? Oh, he takes a b4 instead.
I think white probably had some way of defending against that, but with 12 seconds, would he have found it?
Oh my god, I thought he was just going to go win that piece. But no, now it's very level. It would be hard to lose this game, especially with this queen trade being offered. Just swap.
And then e3.
Knight d2. Yeah.
I think black should go e3 here. Instead he counterattacks the pawn. A mutual trade and a draw is inevitable. Benjamin offers it, and Sasha accepts it. Both first games ending in a draw. Their score is 1-1.
This is an even match thus far. By the way, Nico Theodorou down to 4 seconds against Levon Aronian. Now, the position may be equal because all rook endgames are drawn, but with 5 seconds on this clock, this is where you go wrong.
I think rook d4 would be a good practical chance here. A rook trade would lose for white, but Nico has this idea of going rook e1 and rook e6. The weakness of Levon's f6 pawn, I think, is going to give white just enough here to secure the draw. But with 2 seconds, can he find a couple more accurate moves?
If king g4 is h3, h3, be careful.
I think rook h1 draws.
And then king d5, yeah, I guess you... h2? h2 and rook d2.
And then king g3.
Then you bring your king in as black.
But I think white's just in time. I think the pawn endgame's still a draw.
It's so close, but you probably are correct.
Levon has to try it, though. h2, rook h8, rook d2. If he loses the h-pawn without winning the f-pawn, obviously the game ends immediately in a draw.
Right, but to your point that with rook h8 and king g3 coming just to win that pawn on the spot, it might be just enough for Theodorou to hold this game.
Agreed.
Then there will be opposition at the end. That's the key. Is once black's king takes f5, the white king needs to get to f3.
But still a very successful result for Levon. He draws from a position of strength. He forces Nicholas's clock down to 0. And Nicholas not going to g3.
Okay, so the king can come to d4. They'll give rook d8 check, and then brings rook right back to h8, most likely.
Oh!
What?
Oh, he went the
What's
wrong
he
way.
doing?
King e5.
Yeah, what's he doing?
Oh my god. The indecision from Nicholas. He should have made this move on the previous move.
Oh my
gosh. Oh my lands.
And just move your rook anywhere, right?
And you're in Zugzwang. Holy smokes. King takes f5. That's it. You've lost the second pawn.
Rook h and f versus rook can be drawn, but not when the pawn is on h2, I don't believe.
And not when your opponent has 5 minutes against 3 seconds. But how does Levon make progress here?
Just,
That's the one thing he's got to figure out here. How does he dislodge white's king from f3?
That's a great question.
It's winning according to the eval bar, but that tells us nothing.
So
back to f5.
Back. So maybe he should move his... Where
I got it.
Rook? What is
I think
it?
you should go king g6. And now... king g5.
What is this exactly?
He's got to be careful to avoid repetition, by the way.
So king h6 maybe? And how is this winning?
Maybe I spoke too soon. I just assumed that once he won the f5 pawn, it was over. King d3, rook h8.
Okay, rook e2, and then bring your king around the first rank.
King d2, king e1. You
That's
got it.
goal.
You called it.
5 seconds. He's got to go.
King d2.
And then king e1's coming.
And that is devastating. The king goes around the rook, king f1, and eventually king g1. Oh, and black would promote with check, by the way, in the event of rook a8.
King g1 resigns. Now. It's going to be a win for Levon. Rook g2 check. Should do the trick.
Do not promote.
No.
Oh!
Now get a queen and rook f1 at the end.
Oh, f5 at the end. Oh, I thought, okay.
Rook f1. That too.
You could have won that way, but why risk it? Rook f1, Levon wins another game. Crazy meltdown there for Nicholas, who did everything to draw the game except the last move.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're down to just a few seconds on your clock. You may be one of the best bullet players in the world, but you're playing bullet while your opponent's playing blitz, and that's not a good sign. So Levon Aronian steals game 2. He goes up 2-0. We'll see if Theodorou can just get a win in the next one, but we still have 2 games left, Danya. The game between Chigayev and Dominguez, that game is still looking very even as the players go down under a minute on the clock. And then we have Robson against Ivanchuk. So with the Chigayev game down to the wire, maybe we should first focus on that one, just see the draw. Well, the likely draw. I don't want to call it a draw yet. We're going to say that in the other game, and then it was decisive.
Whoa. Dominguez declined a draw. I don't know when, it doesn't say. Maybe he just didn't see the offer, because I don't see a universe in which Black has any winning chance. I don't see a universe in which either side has winning chances here. Do you?
Maybe he's going to rook b8, rook f8.
You want to attack f3.
Yes, and then if your rook goes to defend f3, I go rook f4, and then maybe there's a Zugzwang somewhere in there.
So there's no question that objectively this is a draw. But this is what's amazing to me about top players. The way that they find just methods of squeezing blood from a stone.
Rook b2. Cut that king off.
God, I am on a roll with my commentator's curse here. Rook f4? Maybe your move? No.
I'm not sold on it.
King d5 first and then rook f4?
Well, c7's hanging, right? So we got to watch out
for
that.
Whoops. My bad.
But c6 at some point. 8 seconds. Linear, what are you doing? Make a move.
Rook f7.
He goes rook f7. He wants king d5, clearly.
White is really cramped. He has to stay anchored to the f3 pawn.
Yeah. And Chigayev, I mean, it's been a shaky endgame for him. He goes rook e4, not king d5 for sure. White can hardly move.
Yeah, now the rook is no squares. You have to either play c4, which restricts the rook even further, or you have to drop the king back, and then you've got to calculate rook f4.
Right, and c4 might be losing because eventually king c5, king b4.
I think rook f4 almost wins, but I think White holds on by the skin of his teeth.
And I think it's a great move by Dominguez. Keep the rooks on the board. Make sure it's as challenging as possible. No liquidation. And under 10 seconds for both players right now. Chigayev has got to go. He looks nervous. I see him on camera. Oh,
and he plays c4, and that's a major concession.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good move at all.
Robert, it also means that a lot of pawn endgames are winning because the king has a direct flight to b4.
And I want to play rook f4 so badly, but chop, king e4, king f5 would happen.
Yep. And both sides. And now rook f4.
He plays
and
it.
Chigayev with 2 seconds. Excellent move.
Yeah, that was really good awareness by him.
I think Dominguez might be repeating here. Too low on time.
But he also won game 1. So he's like, I'm going to keep this lead. I do not want to blunder. And so a draw is a good result. But that was chances for Lanier.
Nerve-wracking for Chigayev. A loss would have essentially ended the match. But a good hold, and he keeps himself in the match. He gives himself a fighting chance. And speaking of fighting chances, can Vasily Ivanchuk make a recovery in game 2? That game is still early in the middle game with Ray Robson down below 4 minutes on his clock. Let's debrief everyone on what's going on here. Looks like a pretty balanced middle game at first sight, Robert.
Yeah, it's even material. Both sides have 6 pawns, but the pawns are not on the same files. There's an e4 pawn, so if we cut the board in half, Black has an extra pawn from e through h file, which should mean that Black would like to press forward on that side of the board. For the moment, the knight on c6 is under attack. White has an extra pawn on the queen side. I think the knight can just slide right back to d4. Of course, White can trade bishops first. But even if you play knight d4, Danya, and let's say Black ends up taking on d4, just because we have opposite colored bishops does not mean we have an equal position. So I think White remains better at the moment.
Yeah, I agree that White is a pull. I would argue that Black has certain potential on the king side, which could get really scary. The bishop on b7, yes, it is currently blockaded by the bishop on e3, but the moment you dislodge that bishop, the possibility of e4, e3 could become quite deadly. So this piece formation in the center is very important for White to maintain. The other idea that comes to mind is the classic f-pawn push. I mentioned this idea from White's perspective much earlier in the game, but now Black is the one who's got the kingside pawn mobility, and Ivanchuk has to be careful about that f-pawn appearing on f4.
And if as soon as black plays f5, I'm immediately retreating my knight to e2 and saying, you've made a concession on the dark squares. I'm going to trade dark square bishops, and I'm going to have a knight planted on a square like f4. So I think that right now, Ivanchuk's thinking, do I play knight e2 right away? Who cares about the pawn being on f7 or f5? But either way, I'm liking his dark square control, and that makes me a little bit nervous for Ray, who is down almost 3 minutes in the clock.
Yeah, in the worst case scenario, if we bring up an analysis board, I think this is instructive from a positional standpoint. Let's say white goes rook a d1, black responds confidently with f5. Knight e2 is an excellent move. And after bishop takes e3, f takes e3, this is the nightmare scenario. Your bishop is a dud. The knight is getting to f4, and it's going to be unassailable on that square. Not to mention, you still have these weaknesses on the queen side that are not only restricting your mobility, but also causing direct problems. The pawn is just going to be hanging if the dark square bishop disappears from the board. So I agree with you. I think practically speaking, Ivanchuk has the easier game.
What you were saying in that position is that bishop on b7 would be better on b6. Right? Putting that bishop on a dark square, because with black's pawns on light squares, the bishop on b7 is not a powerful piece, and rook ad1 is played. And what I like about Ivanchuk's decision, if you look at the times for his last few moves, Danya, he spent about a minute on move 15. So actually, a minute on move 14, a minute on 15, a minute on 16, a minute 25 on 17, and now a minute 47 on 18. So he's really burning clock, but he has such a large advantage on time that he can use his time for now and maintain that edge. But he needs to keep an edge on the clock. We saw what happened last game in the time scramble. He lost on time.
And f5 is indeed on the board. And as you were talking and making great points, I was thinking about what Ray could be intending against 92. It occurred to me that there's the possibility of bishop a6, but Ivanchuk with queen b3 check, that has caused a sound effect from the great Robert Hess. Please explain.
Well, knight e2 is going to f4. Knight e6 is also going to f4.
But so with tempo.
Exactly, and he avoids the pin that you were just about to mention. So a great move by Ivanchuk going knight e6 next. Ray's position might fall apart.
It might indeed, and we can forecast how this could happen. After king h8, I don't even have to make the moves. They're making them for me. After knight... Alexa, I'm commentating. Alexa, shush. After knight e6, it attacks the rook. It's on the board as well. And Robert, if rook fe8, not only could the knight drop back to f4, you could also consider taking on b6. There's a fork potential on c7. And so Ray throwing everything on the king side with f4.
That's a huge move.
Knight f8, bishop f4. Or no?
Knight f8, rook f8, and...
bishop f4, e3.
Yeah, that's scary.
And white loses because of the prospect of e2.
And queen g2 mate is threatened, and if you only can stop that with move like f3, yeah, you're busted. But instead of bishop takes f4, they're done, and maybe just bishop takes b6. And after e3 for black, that's the big idea. f3, e2, you fork the rooks, but I'm already up a full rook, so I just move my bishop to c5 as you're showing.
And you win.
And you win the game.
Because after ed, rook takes d1, it's a double attack on two of black's pieces. The queen protects f3, so this shenanigan doesn't work. And rook b8 is met with a pretty queen takes b7, a classic deflection sacrifice. And Vasily Ivanchuk, he takes on b6, which I think is also perfectly fine.
Yeah, we might just see a transposition, right? Where if you play e3, f3, e2, you take on f8, and we get exactly where we were before. So Ivanchuk, he needs to win this game, and he's well on his way. He's ahead by 3 minutes on the clock. Your pick to win Group C, Ray Robson, in trouble here in the second game of this match.
Yeah, this is dire for Ray Robson, who's probably also considering the move f3, creating the precedent for a lobster pincer mate on the king side. But that knight from e6 could move back to f4 in a timely fashion to defend the g2 square. What I'm currently trying to puzzle out is how exactly white defends after f3, g3, queen g4. Do you see a move there?
Am I going to have to play king h1, rook g1 at some point? Is it going to be that kind of defensive effort?
I forgot about that idea, to be honest. f3, g3, queen g4, king h1. Yeah, and the rook slides over to g1, a classic defensive motif.
And a classic chat comment there by Jarbs saying, Alexa, please find a defense for Ray.
Hey, you'd be surprised at what you hear. f3 is on the board.
G3 only moves. Ivanchuk needs to play this. There it goes. But 11 seconds for the only move in the position is too much. It's just what makes me nervous about his chances going forward in this match.
No, I agree completely. the confidence with which Vasily has handled this complicated middle game has been incredibly impressive. All of that experience, being able to play any type of position is...
Why is it plus 1 million?
Plus 9.
Oh, because it's bishop d4.
Oh, my lands, and you're attacking g7?
Yes, and if queen h3, thinking, oh, I'm going to go checkmate you, then just take on g7, and there's a knight check. Once the knight moves away from e6, the king on g8 is in discovered check. You win the queen. I only saw it because the engine went sky high, so I realized there was a tactic.
Great catch, though. It's very important to point out, do not go knight f4 here and say, oh, defending g2, because if rook takes f4 and you get checkmated. Instead, the fact that you set up the discovery is what makes knight f4 possible. And if black tries to defend g7, okay, at this point, there's a million moves, but I think you can safely take on b7, or you can drop the knight back to f4, and you never have to worry about queen h3 again. Guess what Vasily Ivanchuk has played in the span of 49 seconds? Bishop, b6, 2d4. It's going to be 1-1.
Wow, this is such an epic matchup. The legendary Vasily Ivanchuk, Ray Robson, who was an absolute prodigy as a child, almost 2,700 now. He doesn't play that much over the board, but when he does, it's with great success. But unfortunately, after win in game one... nice reference there, Danya. You know, normally references go over your head, but you got that one.
No comment. Bishop d4, and no comment on Vasily Ivanchuk's play because his moves have done all of the talking. I think Ray is going to resign in this position. There is nothing left to play for. No chances remaining on the king side. 23 moves. I just can't get over how confidently Vasily handled a super complicated position and how quickly and how well he managed this time. This is the model of success for Vasily Ivanchuk in the next two games.
For sure. And right now, Robson plays rook g8, a very sad move just to defend the pawn. Knight f4 back is a safe retreat if you want to make sure the queen can't even inch into the h3 square. Queen takes b7, as you point out, also available. You're simply up a piece. I'm sure many moves are completely winning here for white, and Ivanchuk doing the correct thing. He is not just making an immediate move, even if he knows it's winning. He wants to give Ray zero chances.
I feel like knight takes g7 even is winning, which is counterintuitive because you think the knight has to be contained, kept alive so that it can move to f4. But after knight takes g7, rook takes g7, queen takes b7, black simply doesn't have the time to move his queen to h3 because queen takes a8 is a mate threat. The rook on g7 is now pinned. So you have your menu of options. You can play safely. You can play ambitiously. As long as you have a response to queen h3, white is going to win the game.
I think my favorite option of all is knight takes g7, rook takes g7, queen f7, because it forces a queen trade, which means you never have to worry about your king safety. So if I'm Ivanchuk, I'm probably just making that choice, but he's calculating, which likely means he's going to find the absolute best option. There he is. Look at him on screen there. He's calculating. He's 53 years old, but he is still the legendary chess player we all know and love.
And Ivanchuk did start streaming on Twitch a couple of months ago. Just a man of many talents, and his analysis of former world champions games is incredibly inspirational. I've tuned in a couple of times. He's such a selfless character. You can just tell from the first minute that he talks about chess that his love for the game is lifelong and that he is so passionate about sharing it with others. And he shares it with others through his play, through his chess career, and now through his stream and through his analysis. But Ray, let's not, Robert, let's not shovel dirt on Ray just yet. Vasily has 2 minutes. I would say that he has to make a decision here within a minute. You do not want any position to get into a time scramble because there's always inherent uncertainty that comes from a time scramble.
Yes.
And yes.
And
are you going to take it as a compliment that I called you Ray?
No, I'm just going to note that Ivanchuk seemed to grab his mouse. At least that's where his right hand went away from his face. And it feels like he's ready to make a move. He's calculating. And I just wanted to echo what you were saying, by the way, that Ivanchuk's streams are amazing. He's going over like Nezhmadinov games, full detail. And it's awesome to see a legend like that stream. But he's not moving. Danya,
nope.
He's completely winning. And he finally did make the move King H1. But something about how slow he was.
It's a move a little bit faster, Yeah, he's got 90 seconds. Bishop A6 by Ray. I mean, Ray's only option here is just to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. But after Rook G1, like, what are you even going to try?
Just to make moves and hope that Ivanchuk continues to think. Because after game one, Ray is probably confident in his ability to win time scrambles. And he's down a full piece, so he shouldn't have much
maybe
of a chance.
E3.
Just to confuse him?
Yeah, well, I was thinking of bishop c4 in response to bishop takes e. But obviously, Ivanchuk, $1 million won't make him move the bishop away from d4.
It's time for knight takes g7, I feel like.
I agree. Just take it and then think.
Now take it.
Yeah, and queen f7, your idea from a couple of moves ago seems pretty effective. Although now, queen trade is no longer guaranteed because the black king has a little luft.
That is true.
40 seconds for Vasily. All of a sudden, he's slowed down considerably, and he's done it at the worst possible moment.
Yeah, I wonder if he's nervous. This is when I say perfect is the enemy of the good. Just make the good moves. Queen d5 is definitely
excellent
a good
move.
And Ray quickly plays rook e8. Now the knight's under attack.
Credit to Ray, by the way, Robert. He has found a way to complicate the game against all odds.
I'm telling you, Vasil should have taken on g7 before and just traded queens by force. That would have made his life extremely easy. He's still completely winning. But Ray, 15 seconds for Ivanchuk.
Okay, last-ditch attempt by Ray. He's going to play f2, and now just taking the bishop is the simplest option.
And that is what Ivanchuk does, and he's doing it so quickly. He went from 15 to 20 seconds.
I would try g5. Now, don't move the knight. You drop the rook on e2. A queen d4 check might help you out here.
It's queen e5.
Oh, 96. 96. Goodbye. Wow. He left no doubt there, ending it with a pretty mating construction and equalizing the match in game 2.
And look at him. Almost no reaction from Vasily Ivanchuk. He kind of shrugs his shoulders. He's like, I've been doing this for decades. And another great win to go in the lifetime book of Vasily Ivanchuk, his best chess games. Maybe not the best, but it was definitely good enough. So if we look at the scores in these 5 matchups, Vasily Ivanchuk ties Ray Robson 1-1. We saw Levon Aronian go up 2-0 on the bottom of the screen here in the Group H. Wesley So lost that game. That was as shocking as it gets. It felt like a long time ago, Danya, but that loss was, just absolutely out of nowhere.
Yeah, crazy stuff in all of the matches. Levon Aronian, the only higher-rated player who's having a smooth go of it so far. Maybe also Linear Dominguez. So we'll keep an eye on Aronian-Theodorou. He has to win 2 games in a row against Levon with a dynamic style like his. I think he's got a shot. So all of the matches are still in play. I'm very excited to see what happens in the second half of these 4-game matches.
That's right. 2 rounds in here at these matches in the round of 64 at the Chess.com Global Championship. Danya, 2 players, Linear Dominguez up 1.5, and Levon Aronian 2-0 in his match. They look pretty dominant. Other 3 matchups tied 1-1.
Yeah, and I'm particularly, of course, impressed with Vasily Ivanchuk as we monitored his phenomenal conversion in that complex middle game against Ray Robson. But also Denis Lazavik. He gave Wesley a run for his money in game 1. It was a bullet time scramble. He kept his head up, and he seized his opportunity in game 2, defeating Wesley's excellent Catalan preparation. I've been impressed with Denis Lazavik for months, and I think he's put himself in a great position to deliver what would be the biggest upset of the CGC round of 64 thus far. But you know who's not going to get upset, or so it seems? Mr. Levon Aronian. The guy is classy in every way imaginable, and he has let his moves do the talking in game 1 and 2 as we pull up his card.
Yes, and Levon Aronian up 2-0 over Nico Theodorou. He's getting that sweet, sweet revenge after his loss to Theodorou at the Olympiad. And Levon Aronian is not someone to be trifled with. He is been one of the best players for a very long time, and he is continuing to show his good form here in Group H, where the second seed in his group, by the way, Dana, is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The third seed is Sam Sevian. That's not going to be an easy group to make his way through. And he plays we'll play Maxime Matlikov next if he can lock up this match.
Yeah, it's been an impressive run for Levon Aronian. I can't believe he's 39 years old. I mean, the way he talks about the game, it's almost like he's been playing for a year, and then you realize how experienced he is, how strong he is, and how strong he has been for the past 20 years plus. I've been reading the biography, the memoirs of his mother, Seda, which I purchased in Yerevan, and I'm finally getting around to reading it. Just a fascinating life story. Such a nice guy and so well-rounded and such an enterprising player as he starts off game 3 with a Rosalimo Sicilian.
Yeah, he is playing a very solid game here, just not taking any major risks. This opening, he's played in round 1 of tournaments, so it's not like he's doing this just specifically one ahead in the match score. But how do you win as black on demand against a super grandmaster? I think if we knew the answer, Danya, we'd be Magnus Carlsen. Yeah,
and we would also know where the Fountain of Youth is and where the diamonds of Santo Domingo are. That doesn't exist. I just invented it. I just watched the Count of Monte Cristo, and I'm trying to remember the name of the diamonds in the Count of Monte Cristo. But of course, as with all of my references, I can't remember them when they matter. But I think, in all seriousness, Robert, the key to at least putting yourself in a position to win is not to force it. We've seen a couple of players who have had to win on demand, making crazy moves in the opening. We've seen some H5s. That rarely works against someone like Levon Aronian. He's not going to be deterred when you play G7, G5 on move 5. Instead, I think the best way is to play conventionally, to do what the position demands of you, and then obviously just to try to seize all of the tactical opportunities that you get.
Yeah, if I'm Levon here, I'm just taking on C5, trading queens, going into a queenless middle game where white has an extra pawn on the queen side and black will have the E6 pawn towards the center of the board. But I think white's pawns are more mobile, and it should just be a nice game for him with pretty much no risk, and he, in fact, takes that pawn.
Great minds think alike, and Theodorou is not going to have a hard time winning this pawn back. I think he's going to move this knight to G4, and he does. But I think a nice defensive option for Levon is to play bishop F4 and then drop the bishop back to G3 to cover F2, followed by H3. I don't think he's losing this endgame.
Nah, look at him. He's eating food. He's just confident in his chances here. And of course, he should be, given that he won the first 2 games. Now, a game that looks like it's going to be more exciting. It's a game between Leonard Dominguez and Maxime Chigayev. Now, Dominguez, he drew that game 2 from a superior position. Not that he was winning, but he was the one with better chances. Now in game 3, he gets the white pieces. But Danya, I was asking you, how do you win with the black pieces? Well, you might lose trying in a sharp Sicilian, but still, I like the fight from Chigayev.
No, he has a pawn in H5, which has been increasingly popular in most Sicilians. The ideas of this move are manifold. You're preventing white from the classic pawn storm. You're also creating a stronghold for your knight in the event that white, let's say, pushes the pawn up to E5. So a pretty typical Sicilian arrangement here for Maxime Chigayev, but one entity that is not a fan of this arrangement is the eval bar. It's giving an advantage close to +2, Robert.
Well, then I know what the move is. It was +2. It's knight takes E6 followed by E5.
It has to be a sacrifice.
Right, that's the thing. When you have the eval bar and you know that it's good, it's like, okay, you just go for it. And it seems like the EVA bar has not gone down enough for the sacrifice because black's king is going to be hunted.
Well, let's bring up the analysis board here because there are some fascinating variations to look at. The point of sacrificing on e6 first is to open up the g6 square for your bishop. After d takes e5, you throw in a check on g6. And after king e7, the king is a sitting duck. This is not checkmate. The knight defends c5. So you distract the knight by taking on e5, Robert. After knight takes e5, bishop c5 check, the king is massacred in the center. This isn't checkmate any longer because of king d7. But after the simple queen takes e5, just look at this king. It is a sitting duck with the rook coming to d1. Oh my God, Linear found it!
Yeah, I was about to say, by the way, look at the live position. Linear Dominguez sacrifices the knight on e6, plays e5. He is going right for his opponent's king. He doesn't want to go to game 4. He doesn't want to just draw and then try to be solid then. He is saying, let me go and checkmate you. And Chigayev, look at his face, right? He's like, oh, shit.
Oh, no. And I'm playing Linear, and he just sacked a knight, and I'm busted.
Also, the sun's in his eyes, so that's probably not helping. But he is like, where did that come from? That was move 11 in the Sicilian, and already we saw a sacrifice.
Yeah, he's kind of going through the 5 stages of grief. I feel like when you get hit with knight takes c6 and e5, you go through those stages where first you're in denial. This can't be winning. It's move 10. I've just developed my pieces. This can't be that good. Then slowly you move to the acceptance stage where you realize that you literally have no moves. Now, normally when a knight is sacrificed like this, Robert, one of the key defensive options is to sack the knight back, leave the knight on f6 and cover the g6 square. But that is so much easier said than done. Are you telling me that you're going to go king f7 here? Then you don't even have anything to suffer for, and you still have the problem of the king placement. But maybe king f7 is the best move. I think the situation is actually that desperate.
Can you do me a favor? Can you go back to king on e8?
I can indeed.
Can you grab the h5 pawn, please, and put it on h7?
Yeah, that Chess.com will not allow me to do for whatever reason. I've been complaining about this glitch for a very long time. They never seem to fix it.
That would probably be the best defensive move because that's what happens when you push your h-pawn. Like, it may seem innocuous, it may seem irrelevant, but as soon as a pawn moves, the square that it was previously covering you lack control of it. So the pawn h7 would help cover g6. Linear Dominguez with great awareness of that fact. That's why he sacks on e6 and plays for e5. And it's not like he prepared this. Look at his time. He spent about 2 minutes in this game thus far. He just recognized when the moment was available, he had to sacrifice, and he went for it in all of 1 minute and 9 seconds.
I think what you're speaking to is one of the most beautiful aspects of chess to me. That is the sort of dialectical relationship between long-term and short-term factors. They're always in conflict with each other. When you play a move like h5, there's the short-term gain. There's the endorphin rush of covering the g4 square. I have this idea. But there is the long-term drawback of weakening the g6 square. The thing is, you never know when those long-term drawbacks come back to bite you. In this case, you didn't have to wait long.
No, you did not. And Chigayev, he's not made a move. He's looking at his position and just not happy in the slightest. King f7 might just be the best move, but you're going to give a piece back and only get the pawn. And so it's going to be even material. You won't be able to castle. White is thrilled here.
White is absolutely thrilled. He continues to think after e5, does Maxim Chigayev. But his chances to come back in this match are looking increasingly grim. It's only move 12. Linear Dominguez is already borderline winning, which I think gives us the license to examine some of the other games. Vasily Ivanchuk will be starting his 3rd game against Ray Robson momentarily. In the meantime, Robert, we have Grischuk's game. We have Denis Lazavik's game. What catches your eye?
Let's first go to the Grischuk game against Benjamin Bach, just because I've seen some pieces are traded. And in this position, black is a pawn ahead. But the engine, as I'm looking now, it seems to prefer white. So what is it about this position that makes white better? Is it the fact that the f7 pawn can be a bit tender? There's obviously a little bit more activity for white's pieces. But a pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, a pawn is a pawn. And unless Alexander Grischuk can transmute his initiative into something concrete, Benjamin Bach is going to be more than happy here. And in such positions, black has the classic idea of giving the pawn back in order to accelerate the remaining piece development. So the idea of going bishop h3, or maybe just bishop f5 and giving up the b7 pawn is definitely also in the cards. My guess that Grischuk is going to be considering moves like rook fc1 or rook fd1, or maybe something a little bit more concrete, like bishop d5 to c4, trying to dislodge the queen and get to the a7 pawn, or bishop f4 to provoke the weakening e5.
Actually, I really like bishop f4 now that you pointed it out, because if black can't blunt that bishop on d5 and queen on b3, then white will be sitting very happily there in the center. So bishop f4, e5, and just go back to e3. To my eyes, that looks pretty decent. And then white will control the c file and try to plant a rook on the 7th rank. So I'm here for it, but Grischuk, he's been thinking for a bit here. We can leave him to think. It's a big moment for him. He does not want to allow Benjamin to coordinate his pieces, fully develop, and then just be a pawn to the good.
Agreed completely. I'm fully expecting bishop f4, and we will see if Alexander Grischuk can justify this early pawn sacrifice. But the Vasily Ivanchuk game has begun, and they are repeating. They are reprising the opening from game 1. The quiet Slav, with black giving up the light-squared bishop and developing the dark-squared bishop to b4, and then preparing e5. All of those ingredients are in play in game 3. But this time, Ray Robson drops his queen back to d1. I think, Robert, don't quote me on this, I think this is the first new move of the game.
And I think that's clear that Ray studied this opening during the brief break, because what he didn't want to allow was these e5 with tempo. Where was the tempo? Either e5 to e4, forking the queen on f3 and the bishop on d3, or the knight recapturing e5 with a fork. So the queen went back to d1. I like that decision. But Ivanchuk, he quickly just played queen to e7. He realizes that, well, I may not have these pawn breaks in the center just yet, but the position is incredibly solid. So if I'm Robson, I'm going queen b3 here, just trying to put pressure down the queen side, maybe even get another bishop in return for the knight on c3, and he's doing that directly. I like his position in the sense that there's no risk, but it's going to be very, very difficult to play for more. Big decision there by Ivanchuk. Wow.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily expecting Vasily to trade that quickly. Now, one good thing for the tactical Andes to remember, bishop a5 succumbs to knight takes d5. So the alternative was to drop the bishop to d6, but Ivanchuk feels that taking on c4, the time is ripe, and I think the time is definitely ripe for black to play e5 on the next move. But Robert, it's important to indicate that just because black plays e5 doesn't mean that he automatically solves all of the problems in the position. You pointed out in game 1 that one of the main drawbacks of playing e5 is that it opens up the diagonal for white's light-squared bishop.
For sure. And white could consider pushing the pawn from e3 to e4 at some moment as well. I wouldn't do that, because then e5 would be the immediate response. But in general, e5 is not that scary. We were talking about this in game 1, ed4, sure, there's an isolated pawn, but the open e file for white is also a good thing, in addition to the open diagonal towards the black king. So Robson, he's sitting and thinking first. Ivanchuk, very solid for the time being. And if you're not accurate right now for Ray, your advantage goes away, just like it did in game 1.
I would actually make a case for him to consider the move f4 if it weren't for the... Actually, the Evo bar seems to be a fan of this move. I was going to say that c5 is often the automatic response to f4, but maybe stopping e5 really is that important. What do you think of that thought?
I was also considering f4, but after c5, you probably have to take on c5. And after bishop takes c5, I was like, this looks a little problematic with the e3 pawn, this bad bishop on d2. And that's why Ray, instead of going for this, which does carry a lot of risk, he plays the very calm queen c2, and e5 was Ivanchuk's choice. So the pressure on f7 is long-term. It's not like there's any attack whatsoever. But I think that Ray needs to make small improving moves. A rook to d1, a rook to e1, maybe drop the bishop back to a2, and even bishop to b1 at some point, aiming towards the black king. But the point is that there's nothing concrete right now for either side, so it's going to be shuffling.
Yeah, in a way, the arc of this game very much resembles game 1, which I think Ivanchuk would be more than happy with. If he can accelerate the pace of his play a little bit, he might be on the upper hand of the time scramble in this game. And he has done just that. He has over 14 minutes on his clock, and Ray is really the first one to struggle figuring out where he wants to position his pieces. But I agree with you. I think this is going to be a long, shuffling positional game. So let us depart Ivanchuk land for now, and let us navigate our analysis airplane maybe to Wesley So's game?
Yes, because I was looking at the pawn structure, and in Wesley's game against Lazavik, this must be similar to game 1 with his a5, b4, c5 pawns for white over here. This is essentially what we saw.
Yeah, Wesley is just demonically good in Italian structures. It seems like every time I check an Italian game and Wesley's on the white side, he's at least slightly better, if not much better. And I would say that here, the evaluation is closer to a clear advantage for white than a slight advantage. I think white's got everything going that he wants. Knight on f5. He's got the possibility of playing f4 down the line. Black's pieces are a little bit awkward. And white's got a big space advantage in the center and on the queen side that guarantees white a lot of good squares for his pieces. There's a case in point, Robert.
I say this often. The side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. Look at the queen side. No b6 ever for black, so there's no pawn breaks over there.
What do you mean? That looks like a great move.
Yes, let's give up a pass pawn on the 6th rank. But what you were saying comes to play here. f2 to f4 is what white is going to try to orchestrate. And now I would play knight c4. When you have more space, you typically want more pieces on the board because black's pieces are fighting for the same squares. So knight dropping back to c4, no trade for you. Then knight h4, maybe rook f1, maybe knight g2, pawn f4. The point is that white is eventually going to push that pawn to f4, open the position a little bit. All 8 pawns remain for now. That's not going to be the case in about 7 moves.
Now, black could try to get his own knight to the c3 outpost, but the issue is that even if you get your knight there, it doesn't necessarily solve the underlying problems of the position. In fact, knight a7 is on the board. My big question here, is Wesley going to ignore knight b5 and prepare f4, or is Wesley going to take some sort of prophylactic measures? I guess there's our answer.
Yeah, you don't need to ask Wesley what he's going to do. He'll just answer it on the spot. Now, is f4 actually going to be playable? That's the key here for Wesley. Otherwise, he has symbolic advantage. More space, good control. But with all 8 pawns on the board, the position is clogged. So you need to open things up. But you should do it at your own pace. You don't need to play f4 right away. Maybe you play f3. So that way you can bring your rook to f2 in addition to rook to f1.
Ooh,
so you time
I love
f4
that idea.
at the right moment.
I love these types of ideas where you push the pawn 1 square and then eventually you push it 2 squares.
Right. And that way you can bring both of your rooks into the file that's about to open.
I think that was Jose Raul Capablanca's famous dictum in the endgame. Never push a pawn 2 squares if you can push it 1 square first. That's part of the never hurry principle. And true to your word, Wesley So doesn't hurry. He prepares f4 with rook f1.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting demonstration of technique because every single move for Dennis is like, okay, f4 is going to happen. And that's why he played knight to h5. Does it stop f4? For the moment it does, but we know that white can play f3, rook df2, knight g2, queen d2. You can put all your pieces as white towards the f4 square on the king side because black can't do anything on the queen side. And that's what you see. And Donna, you're a King's Indian player. You know exactly how this works. For example, in the King's Indian, if the pawn structure is just static on the king side, you're going to get crushed on the queen side and vice versa from white's perspective. So this is a situation where black is having zero fun.
Yeah, the queen side being locked up, as you're saying, is the worst thing that could happen. The knight is nowhere near c3. And I think what Wesley is dedicating his time to is to figure out the proper moment to play f4 and the proper level of preparation that he has to invest, because you cannot take the move f4 back. You want to make sure that when you play it, it has the maximum negative impacts on black's position, the maximum level of destructiveness. We'll keep an eye on Wesley's preparation or lack of preparation as f4 is already on the board.
Wow. I thought it was going to be played a few moves from now, but Wesley just goes straight forward. Yes, it's a good move. E takes f4. What's his response to that, by the way? Just rook f2?
That was my first thought as well. But you have to reckon with f takes g3 here, and there's the possibility of black sacking the queen for 2 rooks. Well, giving up the queen for 2 rooks. So I'm not sure. Could it also be... White, I was thinking g4, but the knight does have the retreating square on g7, and I'm not sure what the follow-up should be here, because black is about to play g5. I don't think it's this.
Well, that's not what you want for Wesley, because you had complete control of the board, and then you at least give black hope there.
No, even though I think the engine is actually giving g4, I can bet you that Wesley probably wants rook df2. Well, we're about to find out. No, it's g takes f4 that he has in mind.
All right, so he allows knight takes f4, and then black can back that knight up with g5 after it, though the opening of lines on the king side should be good for white's attacking chances.
As well as the f5 square, by the way, for the knight.
Yeah, so... But you can't go rook f2 right away because there's knight takes d3, so you need to spend some time before you can make it work.
Yeah, so knight d6 comes to mind. Maybe a prophylactic move to overprotect the d3 pawn with a queen, such as queen b3, which would also have the beneficial effect of aiming the queen at the f7 pawn.
Love the look of queen b3. At knight d6, you know black is immediately going to take on d6. You're going to have to sacrifice in exchange.
Yes.
Because the knight f4 is loose. So rook takes d6 is automatic. But which rook? I think the d8 rook. The e6 rook is a good defender. So rook d takes d6, followed up with queen takes d6. And I don't prefer black's position, but I like Lazavik's position far more now with some clarity than I did before, even if he gets down material.
Agreed. And I think it's critical not to even consider the move g5, and Dennis does not. He takes on d6. I'm totally on the same page. He's got a couple of pawns for the exchange. He still has the prospect of getting his a7 knight into the game. And if Wesley doesn't keep his foot on the gas pedal on the king side, things might start turning around a little bit here. So knight d6 might have been a somewhat hasty decision for Wesley, and that might mean that f4 was in turn a hasty call. We'll see.
Yeah, haste makes waste, and right now I think that Wesley has like one move. If he gives Dennis a free move at some point, I think the advantage goes out the window. So for now, he does have good chances. The open f file, the queen on b3 in line with the f7 pawn, the king on g8, but g5 at some point for Denis Lazavic, it might allow him to protect this knight on f4, leave it entrenched in enemy territory, and that's the first step to surviving this game.
Agreed completely. I still think that Wesley's winning chances greatly outweigh Black's saving chances, but Dennis, he's such a resilient player. He's good in time pressure. We'll see if he is able to pull a rabbit out of the hat. In the meantime, we have other games that are reaching a climax. Which one catches your eye?
The Dominguez game should end very soon, so that match will be over after it. So I just wanted to call our attention here. Just go back 2 moves. After queen g4 on move 18, the move rook h6 was played just to get this bishop out of g6, but walked into f5. The rook's now under attack.
The problem in such positions is that you can never expect your opponent to make a retreating move when your king is this weak.
Right.
Okay, he did make a retreating move with his queen, but Black is just losing material here because f takes c6 threatens to win the queen.
And the rook is just hanging over there. No, this is completely lost for Maxime Chigayev. And look at the clock, by the way. Dominguez up 4 minutes.
If Lenier has half of his time still remaining and he's up 5 minutes or 4 minutes, that is a sign of trouble. This is going to be 1-0. This is going to be an advancement to the round of 32 for the beast, Lenier Dominguez.
And that means we'll see Eric Hansen take on Lenier Dominguez in the next round, which is a mouth-watering matchup.
I'd love to see that. Eric has been on a rampage with an excellent performance in the Fischer Random Championship and a defeat of Lek Wang Lim in the Armageddon game in round 1. This ain't going to be a walkover for Dominguez.
Certainly not. Going to be a tough battle between 2 great players, 2 fan favorites. And so I think we can trust Dominguez, and if anything exciting happens, we'll come right back to the game.
We will indeed.
But I wanted to go to the other game that can lock up the match. That is Levon Aronian versus Nico Theodorou. I'm looking at this position. It's an ending. It looks very level. H6 is hanging. You can't play
lock
rook
up the
D2
match.
check.
You will, I think.
Yeah, you can't play rook d2 check because king e3 is a double attack. So even material, better pawn structure for white, and h6 is already hanging. So it looks like Levon has no issues here.
If we bring up an analysis board real fast, I think the only move... Actually, never mind. He played bishop g6. But now I think the simplest thing white does is just go king e2. What I wanted to ask your opinion on is who benefits in the event of a rook trade. My inclination is that white cannot lose an endgame like this if you play b4, for example. But maybe the weakness of some of these queenside pawns can be exploited by black. What do you think? Is this just a dead draw?
I think you're doing a great job as a commentator, but trying to add some intrigue to that moment. But,
you read me like a book right there, like an open book.
Yeah, well, we've been doing this a long time now. Just completely level game, no risk whatsoever for Levon. So, that position. There's no infiltration squares for the black king.
I hear this a lot in basketball. When one team is up by 40 and then the commentator starts listing the greatest comebacks in sports history and he mentions the game from 1950 before the shot clock was invented, that's when you know that the level of intrigue is starting to wane. But rook d6 is on the board. So maybe Nico sees something in this endgame.
And Levon doesn't need to take on d6. He can just move his rook anywhere along the f-file that doesn't blunder it. So rook f8, for instance.
So rook f7, yeah. Or rook f5.
Yeah, great move those two are. But other than that, you can just play rook f8, and there's no way for black to make inroads. So I think we can trust Levant. Again, if something happens, we will keep an eye on it. But some of the other games just happen to be a little bit more exciting for the time being. And I was looking at the game between Grischuk and Benjamin Bach a few moves ago when I just hovered over the game. It looked like Grischuk had an opportunity to win an exchange. If you go to move after 18, queen takes e2 there. So Benjamin did take a second pawn. Bishop c5 would have won the rook on f8, I think. Otherwise f7 drops. But that was a moment where I guess Benjamin thought, all right, I have two pawns and a bishop for a rook. I should be in decent shape. But Grischuk, I guess, agreed and went for something else.
I would actually argue that rook fd8 might be the lesser evil for black. But if that is the case, then sign me up for the bishop c5 train. Bishop takes f7, then you drop back to c4. You also collect the a pawn. I think white's advantage would have ballooned to pretty sizable proportions here. Instead, Sasha deciding on rook fe1, getting this queen, smoking it out of e2, and he takes a completely different approach. He still attacks f7, but he does it from the 7th rank. Still looks pretty damn good here for white. Bishop e6, they trade, and he starts grabbing the queenside pawns. Bishop takes a7, and listen, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, but despite the eval bar seeming to believe that black should hold this easily, I would never want to have an endgame like this against Alexander Grischuk. The pass pawn on b3, the fact that white has control over the 7th rank and the possibility of bringing another rook to the 7th, this is going to be a long road to the draw for Benjamin.
Oh, this is far from, the engine may say one thing, this is not equal. This is clearly better for white. Can we go before bishop takes a7? And this is how strong Alexander Grischuk is. He saw, as you would say, the forest through the trees. Queen takes e6 instead of bishop takes a7 there, just like a couple moves back. If he took an e6, the problem is after fe, bishop a7, rook a8, rook takes b7, it looks like everything is great for white because black's pawn structure is compromised. But there's the move rook f7 at the end of the variation. And now if you trade rooks, you're going to lose your a2 pawn. So white would never lose this game, but white's also not going to win, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a great point. The fact that as soon as f7 opens up, black is able to get rid of this rook. And for that reason, I think Benjamin Bach has just played a brilliant move. I think it's the only move that gives him serious chances to draw. He's played f7, f5. On the one hand, what are you doing? You're weakening the 7th rank. You're getting white, a direct ticket to checkmate. But the point is that rook f7 is coming on the next move, and white is one tempo too short. After rook d1, rook f7, black either forces a rook trade or forces the rook off of the 7th rank. I think Benjamin is likely to draw this game, but even if the rooks are traded, Robert, it still ain't easy with this pass pawn on b3.
Right. And in fact, in the starting position here after f5, white can just start with b4, then play b5 after the rook trade.
Oh.
And that pawn is getting awfully close to promotion. So Benjamin needs to be very, very careful.
He does indeed, and especially so given that he's got 1 minute left on his clock. An update, Aronian has indeed comfortably drawn the game against Theodorou. He is the first winner of one of today's matches. He advances and defeats Theodorou 2.5-half.
Let's go on over to our big matchup of the day, just because it's a pretty critical moment between Vasily Ivanchuk and Ray Robson. I know Ivanchuk is a fan favorite, and look at him go on the king side. Tanya, the center is closed. That's a good thing for knights, a bad thing for bishops. Look at the bishop on d2. Look at its much better counterpart on b8. This is clearly better for Ivanchuk, who might just storm down the king side with g5, g4.
Yeah, black has a wealth of ideas on the king side. Another thing I'd add is the possibility of a rook lift. If you get this knight off of f6, you have the chance to go rook d6, rook g6, and pile up on the g2 pawn with queen g5. This is looking mighty scary for white. Does Ray have any possibility to generate counterplay?
Not that I see. You need a4, b5. That takes a while, and knight h7 was the first choice. You made this point very clear, Danya. Rook d6 to g6 is on the horizon. If not, maybe g5 and push the pawn to g4. Look at white's play, and the answer to that statement is there is none. So there's nothing to look at. You have nothing to attack. Zero.
I love the way you phrase that. Look at white's play. Which play?
No play.
Might you have to go? I literally see no way to start even a little fire other than a4 and b5. I mean, white's best chance is to somehow get this bishop on a2 to do more than it's doing, and that is what Ray does. He plays a4, but winning the c6 and b7 pawns, Robert, is not going to help if you're getting checkmated.
No, and look at how quickly Ivanchuk plays the rook lift.
Do I care about this? Nope.
No, b5, rook g6 is automatic. You don't care about those pawns. Queen g5 afterwards, and you're just simply getting checkmated down the g2 square.
And you literally can probably ignore everything that happens on the queen side. Queen g5. Rook takes b7. Congratulations. I'll shake your hand. I'll give you a medal, and then I'll checkmate you.
Ivanchuk, I mean, this is a masterful display. We're only 24 moves into this game, and the engine says it's completely over. The look on Ray's face, he is desperately searching, not for Bobby Fischer, but for a chance in this game. He's got nothing.
He's dead lost. You said we're only 24 moves into the game. Vasily Ivanchuk is less than 10 minutes into his clock, and that might be the most devastating feature of this position. Ray can't even use Black's time pressure against him. There is no time pressure.
You know, I was going to say, Danya, and I kind of regret not saying it earlier, I think losing on time, given that he won game 2, was the best thing for him. Obviously, if he lost game 2, it would have been terrible to lose game 1 on time. But it forced him to reckon with the time control, with the online format. And now after rook d6, it's Ray who has a lot to reckon with, because rook g6 followed by queen g5 is devastating.
Yeah, there is no ray of sunshine to speak of in White's position. You can see the concern on Ray's face as he leans back and grabs his shirt. And Vasily Ivanchuk, if he plays rook g6 in this position, if he ignores White's play on the queen side, I think he's only a couple of moves away from delivering check and mate to the White king.
Oh my goodness. And how do you even stop it? Rook g6, queen g5. What are White's 2 moves?
Okay, knight h2 I think is absolutely forced in order to meet queen g5 with knight g4. And here, so I actually think White makes some progress.
Okay, I can buy that. Because what you want is like an f5 from Black's point of view, because then the king on g8 is weak.
Yeah, if you play f5, then White positioning his pawn on b5 looks really, really prescient because bc opens up. Okay, maybe not bc, maybe ba, but it gets a little bit more messy. But it's a moot point because Ray has gone queen d1 with a similar idea, I think, of meeting queen g5 with queen g4.
Oh my goodness. So there has to be some kind of mating like moves in the next 2. So queen g5, queen g4. Oh, knight g5 is excellent. That's a beautiful move. Great. I was so focused on checkmate, I didn't think about hopping another piece into the attack.
Oh, is there knight f3 in this position? Don't tell me that that's the move.
There's definitely knight f3 and queen g5. And oh my
And White plays queen g4. Oh, won't let me play it. Oh, somebody put a pawn on f3. It's over.
Can't get away with it.
He's
knight
played
g5.
It.
Wow, what a game by Ivanchuk right now.
He's played it. Oh my God, Ivanchuk is crazy.
By the way, Benjamin Bach down to 11 seconds against Alexander Grischuk in that endgame. So we will maybe keep this position on the small board on the right-hand side of your screen.
Let's do that.
And we'll go over to the game between Grischuk and Bach because Benjamin with the black pieces down to 11.9 seconds. We'll keep an eye on Ivanchuk if he can win that game. But right now, it's all Benjamin Bach can think about is how am I going to survive this?
As we watch the time scramble unfold, 2 quick updates. Leonard Dominguez has won, and Wesley So has managed to convert that extra exchange against Dennis Lazavik. He is up 2-1, and Leonard Dominguez, together with Levon Aronian, advances without even having to play game 4. But what do we make of Benjamin's drawing chances here? He's down a pawn, Robert, but he's got a tremendous amount of activity in the center. This is actually kind of a 3-result game. I could see White blundering here.
Oh, White can for sure blunder. You allow these pawns to keep going. No, I'm with you. And king h3 play. Is there an
e3?
No. Oh, the rook on h7's hanging.
e3, f takes e3, and f takes g3, and you can't take back. 2 seconds, though.
2 seconds. He goes king to f5. There's almost a checkmate. g4 check.
Oh, my lands.
King g6. Where's he going to bring the rook? 17 seconds left for Grischuk.
King h5 would create a mate threat with g4 and f3. White has to be so careful to keep his king alive.
Oh my gosh. Where's that rook going?
E7, rook. D7.
Just pick a square. By the way, it looks like Ivanchuk went knight g5, queen g4 was the response.
1 second.
Means that rook b5 is played. 1 second, go. King of 5.
Oh my God. I'm having a heart attack. Rook f8. We might have a repetition of moves here.
Yeah, because I think g4 check will backfire for White. You might get checkmated first. And king
both
g6,
sides are more than happy to make this repetition.
Oh Oh my gosh, that was nerve-wracking. Benjamin Bach, he survives with the black pieces. He gets white in game 4. It is all knotted up, 1.5 points apiece. But this one, while it was tied going into game 3, it looks like Ivanchuk, he is on the prowl for a victory. Knight f3 check, Danya, simply wins Ray's queen.
But after gf3, I think if you rush in with rook takes g4, that actually gives white chances to set up a defensive construction on the queen side, and he gets a rook and a piece for the queen. And let's not forget that the pressure on the queen side does become a little bit annoying if black is not able to, essentially checkmate white's king. So maybe, Robert, e takes f3 is the key to making the victory smooth, because here white's king is busted and you're losing your queen.
Yeah, it's a good point that you don't need to take that queen right away. There is a pin, and there's no way to block that pin. So I like your variation. Also, Ivanchuk might be considering the move not easy to play because backwards moves are difficult, but knight f6 here. Just trying to kick that queen out and then play knight f3 check where you can't even sacrifice your queen. So knight f6 potentially available, and queen f5 as you're showing. Don't blunder your rook on g6. I didn't have necessarily a follow-up, but I thought knight f3 check would be pretty good and rook g5 to follow.
Where's the queen going, Mr. S?
No, that's what I was suggesting knight f6 for a reason.
Beautiful construction. This traps the queen. Something I always tell students is that when you're attacking, do not forget that you can often use the weakness of the king as a means to an end. You should not forget that you can still trap pieces. You can still do other tactical things when you have an attack against the king. And Vasily Hess with knight d5 to f6.
That's the biggest compliment you
true.
could ever give me. Yeah, no, that is, I'm done. You've complimented me. This never will
You
get
have
better
reached
than
the
that.
pinnacle of your career.
I have indeed, because Ivanchuk is kind of everyone's favorite player from our generation in a way. Like, he wasn't the world champion, but he was so fun to watch, and he remains to this day. Look at the chess on display here. That queen on g4 is getting hunted. The king on g1 is about to be pummeled. And now Ray Robson down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. Vasily Ivanchuk loses game 1, and he is storming back.
And once Ray identifies this devastating entrapment, he might end up playing queen e2 here. But the problem there is that black can even take on h3, just come back to g5 and blast through the gates with h3. White is nowhere near creating any kind of significant counterplay on the other side of the board. This is toast for Ray Robson.
Yeah, this is knight f3 check.
You think that's better?
I don't know. I just think everything looks good, and I can't decide. And that's the problem when you're in time trouble.
Well, it would be nice if you can follow knight f3 check up with queen g5. The problem is that this knight on f6 does get in the way, and moving it is you can't move it with tempo. But maybe you don't have to. Maybe you can move it without tempo.
Yeah, I feel spoiled for choice if I'm looking at this from black side.
I'm getting a little bit uneasy here because Ivanchuk is down to 2 minutes, and I'm not seeing a direct checkmate. I feel like knight f3 check would have been the safer option.
Yeah, but what about knight takes h3? Can you just steal this pawn now?
Okay, let's consider it. Knight h3, king h1, and I propose knight g5. I think this might be simple. But after BC already, the seeds of doubt start to get sown. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. Yeah, we can't checkmate the king right away, and that's what we're aiming for. So without a clear mate on the horizon, it's going to be bothersome. You need to get this queen to g5 somehow.
You absolutely do. The question is, do you start with knight f3 check? He does. This is the critical position. Can he find a follow-up? Maybe you just go knight d5 and queen g5. Oh, I have no words.
Oh my gosh. This is gorgeous. Are you serious right now?
Look at this. This would be mate without the bit. You don't need this bishop. You don't even need the rook on e8 or the knight on f6. He's got everything he needs right there.
And Ray went knight h2, and Ivanchuk just takes the knight.
That was forced, and now the bishop can come back to c7, and now the battery is going to be insta checkmate with nothing defending h2.
Oh my goodness, that was nuts.
But okay, Ray's still trying to distract him by taking on a6.
So how
knight g4? No.
Oh my gosh, knight g4. Yes, no, absolutely knight g4.
No, knight g4, rook f1. Oh, d2 is hanging. Bishop is also hanging.
I forgot about that. I'm like clearly looking for checkmate, I didn't even look at the bishop is under attack right now, by the way.
There's an expression in Russian. My eyes are going in all sorts of directions here, and you don't know what to look at. Vasily, though, he is down to 1 minute on the clock. He's got to make a decision here.
Oh my gosh. Vasil, he needs to make a choice.
I'm getting a bad feeling here for some reason. I can't explain it. But Queen F5 is excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Or is
and
it?
The good news for him is that he can always shut down this bishop with knight to d5. So like, if the f7 pawn is attacked, as it just was, knight d5 seems to cut white off, and rook takes g2 is becoming a threat.
Knight d5, there is rook takes c6.
Rook g2.
And if I take it, then where's the mate?
I thought I have queen g5, and then if knight takes d2 check, and I feel like I have to mate you somehow, right?
Yeah, and I guess queen g1 is also possible.
But I also don't see the mate, and Ivanchuk down to 30 seconds right now as he's trying to work his way through the complications. Robson has done an amazing job at complicating matters.
And knight d5, but Vasily keeps his composure, but there's that rook takes c6 move. Queen takes h3, I don't think works, but now it's a threat, and now it's a threat. Queen f1
Beautiful move.
Queen f1, though, keeps white alive.
Knight takes d2. Now the bishop can finally be captured.
And then you take it with tempo. Ray has no moves. And will Vasily see the bishop?
It's easy to forget about. He takes it.
Oh.
And then knight right back to f3.
Exquisite technique.
Rook g2?
Or even knight back to f3.
Rook g2 wins, and he's going to play it. He's spending time right now.
If he's doing that final calculation, he does go back to f3 instead. Still not over.
8 seconds. He goes rook d8. Protects.
Rook b5, though, pins the knight. And he's about to win the knight.
Oh my gosh, rook g6.
Oh, and gf. And gf.
And Ivanchuk's got to go.
Vasily forgot that he's leaving the rook exposed. Holy smokes.
How did Ray survive this?
Knight c3, though.
That's huge.
He should have taken the other knight.
Oh, that was hard to recognize. And now it's clear because White's king is being hunted still.
Or is it Ray using the last resources at his disposal to complicate the game?
F6, look at that move. Bishop
attacking the bishop.
And you just gotta hit
d5.
D5 is a nice looking move.
I would try to get that pawn to d6 to sever the connection between the bishop and the h2 square. But Vasily doesn't let that happen.
Queen f5 now. No d7. Don't allow the pawn to push. And now White might be in zugzwang.
White is in zugzwang.
Okay, move your queen back. Oh, but it's queen d3 check. You got to be very careful. So he goes king h6.
Oh, rook a6 back.
He's going to go g5 here.
Defense. Oh.
Queen e6. And the white queen can't move from f1. That's the big problem.
I got to give Ray so much credit. He's still fighting.
Queen e5, queen h2's mate.
It's over.
Wow.
And Ray Robson is going to resign, I think, momentarily.
Because rook a1.
Can he go for
rook a1?
Mate? No.
It wasn't perfect, but Vasil Ivanchuk, he gets a second victory in a row. Ray Robson, he chuckles. He's not happy, but he respects the legend of Ivanchuk, and that legend continues. This story is not done. But Danya, what an impressive display of tactical ability from Ivanchuk.
There was a legendary stretch of the game, starting with move 23, knight h7. But for Ray fans, they're going to be upset because Ray actually did have one chance. If he had taken the d5 knight, he would have gotten a lot of compensation for the piece. He would have had 2 pawns, and he would have had an a pawn, and he would have pushed it. But the fact remains, Ivanchuk deserved to win that game, and Ray is a class act. He knows it. But Robert, as you said, there is still a chapter left to be written in this saga because Ray Robson is not one to go gentle into that good night.
Oh, he certainly will not, and he's been very impressive with his back against the wall. He'll have the black pieces in Game 4. 2 of our matches, they have concluded. Levan Aronian takes down Aronian-Theodorou. We had Leonard Dominguez. He also outlasted Maxim Chigayev, and he won in a sharp position. Alexander Grischuk, Benjamin Bach, they cannot separate from one another. 3 draws. Wesley So and Ivanchuk win Game 3, which means in Game 4, all they need is a draw to move on to the round of 32. Danya, it's been super exciting. We have 4th and potentially final games to go in these 3 matches. We're both looking forward to it, but we will come back after this side of the break here at the Chess.com Global Championship. And we want to remind you all of the Collegiate Chess League, which is brought to you by Chess.com. And the 2022 to 2023 Collegiate Chess League is in partnership with NACE Star League beginning Saturday, September 24th. Sign-ups close on the 24th for students, so make sure to sign up at go.chess.com/CCL to represent your school in the Premier Chess League for college students. We'll be right back shortly for more of the Chess.com Global Championship.
I play with the guys in Washington Square Park. Street chess is a more verbal, a more mind game. You know, oh, you think you got me? Yeah, you think you got the right move? When you beat somebody on the street who does that, it feels really good, especially if you come from the clubs. So it's a, boom, who's your daddy?
Open to anyone, all around the world. The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best.
Whoa!
And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
Jan Nepomniachtchi holds the fort.
He moves on, but it wasn't without some serious problems. But Muradli, oh gosh, look at that. That's heartbreak.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Oh my goodness, he blundered a piece?
Oh, she hung the rook!
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 64. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
And we return here at the Chess.com Global Championship. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today, my good friend, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, 3 games are in the books in this round of 64 matchup. We saw Levon Aronian and Leonard Dominguez move on, but the other 3 matches still have a lot in store for us.
Yeah, I cannot get over the performance of Vasily Ivanchuk after getting flagged in game 1. He has come back in a big way. He has given us the taste of the Vasily Ivanchuk who defeated Kasparov in the 90s, of the Vasily Ivanchuk who was the most feared grandmaster on the tour in the early 2000s. Vasily has been so impressive, and all he needs is a draw in the final game. But Ray Robson is a formidable opponent, and I think we are in for a barn burner in Ivanchuk against Robson, as well as in Alexander Grischuk's match against Benjamin Bach, which is all tied up after 3 draws.
Yes, and so many formidable foes have participated in the entire Global Championship in the spring. Thousands were involved in the Open qualifiers. Then 32 players made their way through to advance to the play-ins. And of course, this week we started the round of 64. Next week begins the round of 32. We will have the round of 16, October 2nd to 5th. And last but certainly not least, we will have the final 8 going to Toronto for the CGC finals. And 3 players will make their way through the remaining matches of today's action. We know Levon and Lanier have made their way through, but 3 players, will it be Ivanchuk or will Ray Robson strike back? Will Wesley So go forward with another good result and make his way to the round of 32? And in Bach versus Grischuk, will there be any separation between them? 3 draws, 3 close games. They're very competitive. So Danya, what do you think? Who are going to be the 3 people joining Levon and Lanier in the next round?
Well, one crazy thing about the CGC, I mentioned this at the start of the show, and it's more relevant now. Just the amount of players who have won on demand. Nobody has won 2 games on demand, although Peter Lecko came close in the morning. But tons of people have won 1 game on demand, and they have done it with black. They've done it with white. It doesn't matter. We have Ding Liren, perhaps the most prominent person to win on demand. Eric Hansen did it. Several players did it. So Dennis Lazavik can take solace in the fact that he has already defeated Wesley So once in convincing fashion, but now he needs to do it again. And beating Wesley twice in the same match, well, that is a Herculean labor indeed.
Yeah, I do not envy his challenge ahead, but it's a great opportunity for the youngster. And our featured matchup of the day has been Ray Robson versus Vasil Ivanchuk. Ray won game 1 in a time scramble in an even position. And then Ivanchuk, he strikes back 2 wins in a row for the legend from Ukraine. So Ray getting the black pieces in game 4. He will desperately claw for victory. And he's nearly 2,700 over the board. So he'll have a chance. But we are going to start with the matchup between Grischuk and Bach. 3 draws between them. Danya, it's game 4. Benjamin has the white pieces. Who do you favor?
Well, here's what I'll say. I think that Alexander is not going to force it. He's going to play a solid opening. I think we're seeing that already now. I think Benjamin has to try to press him. Yeah, probably in the grand scheme of things, if you told Bach at the start of the match that you'd have an Armageddon, as they're quickly blitzing out the main moves of the Catalan, he wouldn't be unhappy. But he's got the white pieces. He's dangerous in these solid strategic positions. He's got to try to step on the gas pedal here. And they are repeating their opening, I think, from game 2. What do you make of that?
Well, Grischuk had a very good position from the black side, so he says, why not? And for Benjamin, making small improvements, looking into the line, making moves like rook to e1 that caused Grischuk to think. So I think that it's a decent decision for Bach. You don't want to reinvent the wheel. When a draw is not a bad result for you, going to Armageddon, that's going to be a complete toss-up. We've seen higher-rated players like Vishwanathan Anand, Lekwang Liam. They've lost in Armageddon to the likes of Pankratov and Eric Hansen. So for Bach, I think he just wants to make sure he doesn't do anything untoward, get in trouble in this game 4.
No, I agree completely. He's got to find that happy medium between not just, trading all the pieces, because if you try to force a draw, we know what always happens in those situations. But I think taking some calculated risks when an opportunity presents itself. And Alexander Grischuk doing that, pushing b5 early and really showing signs of ambition. Could Grischuk be trying to fight for an initiative in this position?
Yeah, he's going to stop e4 by pushing his pawn to b4. And that's White's main idea in this position. Now, e4, b4, e5, you got to calculate that line. Donnie, I'm going to force you to do it because I don't want to.
I'm taking a nap. You're disturbing me. b4, e5. So let's say bc, bc. No, I think it's less complicated than it appears. What generally happens in these situations, for example, is let's say bishop e7, e takes f6, knight takes f6, and I think black is not complaining because you could look at this position and say, hey, the c-pawn's weak, but I really think it's only a matter of time before the bishop moves away from c6, the rook from b8, and black pushes c5. And if he does, then we could actually be talking about a small pull for black.
Yeah, it's true, actually. So it may look a little bit problematic with an isolated pawn, and we are probably going to see this exact variation because Grischuk has the opportunity to push that pawn to b4, and white does not have any other choice, I don't believe, because e4 will be loose if the knight moves from c3.
Oh, Benjamin Bach accompanying this move with a draw offer, and I think Sasha, he's not going to accept it immediately. He's going to think about it. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think it's very telling, right? Offering a draw, it's clear that Benjamin came into this game for, he wants Armageddon, and we will get Armageddon. The draw is agreed. You know how I feel about draw offers, okay? I wish they played this out, but I love Armageddon. So it's like two completely polarizing feelings for me. I don't know how I'm feeling, so tell me how I should feel.
I think you should feel good. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of disappointed to see 4 draws in the match, but 3 of them were fighting games. It's clear that the players were struggling for an advantage. This wasn't the kind of draw that emerges from both players not wanting to take any risks. Both of them are solid, especially Benjamin. And like I said at the start, I think he should be happy with an Armageddon. He has managed to narrow the match down to basically a toss-up, as you put it. This is going to be nothing short of an epic ride that we are in. But we still have 3 games that are going. And
the big question will be, what will their bids be in Armageddon? Wow. Sneeze on the truth. Wow, that was out of nowhere. But
that was smooth.
Well, Wesley So with the black pieces against Denis Lazavik here. It looks very solid for him. Opposite color bishops, the black side of a Catalan. And considering Wesley So is very strong on the white side of these positions, I think he knows how to handle himself with black. Now, Denis did win 2 games ago, but that was in no small part thanks to a blunder, though he did have an extra pawn in the advantage.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty smooth game overall, and above all, he managed to put pressure on Wesley in the opening. They do repeat the Catalan, and this time Wesley deviates by playing a6, Grischuk's move, rather than the fashionable b5 variation. And whatever the outcome of the match, Robert, Denis Lazavik has to feel good that he has made Wesley change his lines. And that's kind of a moral victory at this level. If you can make a top grandmaster and an opening specialist change his line, that says a lot about your level of knowledge in a particular variation, doesn't it?
Yeah, and perhaps Wesley respected Denis and was like, you know, I want him to waste the preparation he did during the break. And look at this position that we have on the live board. It's as solid as it gets. No weaknesses to target. The b4 square is black's for the taking. White has 2 pawns in the center to 1 for black. So both sides have their small pluses here, and white typically tries to gain space, capture squares on the king side with a move like h5 even, but where to from there? That's the big question.
Yeah, this construction for black is going to survive the apocalypse. While people are scrounging around for food in a dusty environment, black is just going to be chilling in this position. There are no targets, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned for Denis Lazavik's chances. Wesley has spent 7 seconds. Not really, but he has 14 minutes and 53 seconds on his clock. I just don't see him losing this game, Robert. I just don't see it happening.
The only way I see it is if he plays too quickly, right? Like he did against Denis a couple games ago, where he made that rook d7 move in a critical position. That was very surprising. And you're right, though. I mean, you look across the board here, I don't even see how white is supposed to press forward. If you ever play e4, your d4 pawn becomes a quick target. That's not going to be a good decision. I don't know. I don't really see anything.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be dismissive. Obviously, it's still a middle game. There's still pieces left on the board. I'm not suggesting that this is a dead draw or anything even remotely similar to that. But like you're saying, I don't see a clear plan of action for white. Maybe there's the brazen idea of playing something like rook h1 and trying to push the g-pawn forward. The issue with that is that you can't fall asleep on these central pawn breakthroughs, e5 or even c5 in some cases. Black's rooks are perfectly positioned to exploit the opening of the d-file.
That's right. And so h5, step 1 over there on the king side for Lazavik. And what if black just essentially shuffles? Like if he just moves his maybe even king to h8, like what is the actual plan? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You're asking all of the difficult questions, and Wesley's asking those same questions. And as Denis Lazavik answers them, we are going to answer a different question. That is what happens in the Ivanchuk-Robson game. Vasily Ivanchuk has got white. Ray losing 1-2. He has to win this game to force an Armageddon. Here we go.
And I'm already interested by Ivanchuk's choice to play 3d4 rather than bishop b5 check. It feels like all top grandmasters, they simply play bishop b5 check against this variation and play as solidly as possible. But Ivanchuk plays bishop e3, and will he play bishop c1? Will he play bishop c1, essentially offer the repetition, or will he play the move bishop g5 to provoke h6 and g5? So, okay, this is a big moment here. Ivanchuk up 2-1. In the match, he lost game 1 and stormed back. And what is Ray going to do? He has to play e5.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, Rob. I'm going to take a big risk. Maybe I'll make a fool of myself. He's not going to go knight g4. He does not. He goes e6. A move that we don't see that often anymore. Players are basically automatically playing e5. But Ray in his youth used to be a Scheveningen player. The young people in the audience might not even know what that is, because almost nobody plays that move anymore, but it's e6 in this position, and Ray is very partial to this setup.
And the Dutch people in the audience might not know what it is because we don't know how to pronounce it. I certainly don't.
Scheveningen.
Exactly. Something like that. And Ivanchuk, hand on head here, trying to figure out what to do against h5. A move to stop g4, which is the reason, pawn is on f3. It defends e4, but allows the flexible g4 push, usually queen d2, castles queenside. But that's exactly the type of position that Ray will want. So with the move a4, Danya, I think that indicates that Ivanchuk much more likely will play bishop out and castle kingside and keep the kings on the same side of the board, if anything.
Agree completely. The likelihood that he castles queenside is almost 0%. I wanted to second a point that I think you made a couple of days ago, which is that there are certain players, this has nothing to do with their playing strength, but there are certain players who are so principled that they're almost never going to change their repertoire based on their tournament situation. Vasily Ivanchuk is one of those players. I remember a World Cup game against Anish Giri. I shared the story a few weeks ago. He needed a draw to advance to the next stage. Anish Giri offered him a draw and he declined. I don't think anybody has ever done that in the history of needing a draw to advance, except Vasily Ivanchuk. The guy is an artist. He plays in order to create the maximum beauty and to make the right move. And he doesn't care what the situation is. I simultaneously admire that, but that also gives Ray really good chances.
And Ray playing a Sicilian and playing more quickly than we've seen in previous games. Ray has been in time trouble throughout this match, down several minutes on the clock, game after game. Now he's the one who's even on the clock, slightly ahead for now. But his plan is to go bishop b7, knight b7, queen c7, these types of moves. But if white plays bishop c4 here, and then black plays bishop b7, if you're not looking for it, there will be a sacrifice in the e6 square, a la Dominguez Chigayev.
And one way that could become reality is if black plays bishop e7. Already bishop takes c6. You can see the eval bar creeping up in response. White collects the entire house here. Knight e6, knight g7. Oh, the knight is trapped. No, it ain't, because the knight drops back to this beautiful outpost on f5. You're right. This is the nightmare scenario for black.
It looks just absolutely terrible. So Ivanchuk thinking about where to put this bishop. Maybe he's thinking I play queen d2 first. You don't want to be a perfectionist, but you do want to make sure that you get a good position, because the last thing you want is for Ray to feel at home in this setup. And here's bishop c4.
I'm telling you, Vasil Heschuk once again strikes with bishop c4. Now Ray could safely go bishop b7, but then he has to be very careful about the order in which he develops his pieces. We showed the fault of bishop e7, so maybe starting with knight bd7 and queen c7 would make sense.
Right. And I like your arrows all in the 7th rank there. E7
yep.
through
Boom,
b7.
boom, boom, boom.
No, that's exactly what you want to do as black. And he starts with queen c7. So queen e2 looks very natural to me, just protecting the bishop on c4, preemptively connecting your rooks and allowing yourself to castle queenside. I know we said that wouldn't happen, but it's not illegal, and it's certainly not improbable that it does happen.
Wait, it's not. You haven't heard the new rule that you can't castle queenside of the pawn on a4?
That's good advice. That you should teach your students that.
Not doing your job as a commentator. Not aware of current events.
My bad. I'll work on it. I'm sorry.
By the way, we have a little bit of an update. The Armageddon game between Grischuk and Buck will start very shortly, and we have the bids. The bids are 11:25 for Buck and 10:45 for Sasha Grischuk, who will have the black pieces with 10 minutes and 45 seconds on his clock.
That's right. They both bid directly to the Chess.com staff behind the scenes. They did not know what the other player was going to choose. And so Grischuk, 10:45, Buck, 11:25. The players who, have done well in this format, they've been around 11, 12-minute bids. Vishwanathan Anand chose 7 minutes. That backfired completely. So we'll see if Grischuk, who is a great bullet player, you played him many times in Blitz and Bullet on Chess.com. So that's the good news, if you're a Grischuk fan, is that he can handle himself with just mere seconds on the clock.
We remind you that there is no increment in the Armageddon game, so flagging is very much on the table. It has been on the table historically in Armageddon games, and historically, White achieves the most success in a drawn-out, complicated middle game where he puts his time advantage to maximum use. We'll see if Benjamin Buck can orchestrate that situation. Speaking of orchestrating situations, there's Castle by Vasily.
If you sort of invent many of the rules, you can then break them. And Ivanchuk has taught everybody so much about chess. He castles queenside. Now, b5 is the move that would maybe hurt a lot of people's feelings. Like, oh, gosh, I castle. Here comes b5 attacking my bishop. A takes b5. A takes b5. There's an open file. But you're also giving away a pawn. And one check on a1 does not land a checkmate. The king can go right back to d2. And look at how many more pieces White has developed. So, yeah, this is a one-check situation. This isn't 3 checks anyway. So this game would be turning in White's favor.
So what you're saying is that the pawn on a4, in a way, yeah, it's a weakness. Obviously, it's a hook. In certain situations, b5 is scary. But for the time being, it is working in White's favor, greatly delaying Black's possibility to generate the sort of typical Sicilian play on the queen side. The big question, how is Vasily going to use these couple of tempos to create his own play on the other side of the board?
Right. And Ray brings his knight out, just challenging White's knight in the center. The bishop will likely leave c8 and go to b7. And even from there, it's not abundantly clear how Black makes progress. I think White would like to play h3 and g4. But as soon as you play h3, Black plays h4 himself, and then you don't get to play g4 because of that rule called en passant. So Ivanchuk first takes on c6. What now, though?
Well, there are several ways to... Yeah, g3 is one. Guess there's also h4 and g4 I've seen before. Or you can play in the center, right? You can always play in the center in such positions.
I simply love that move, bishop d4. Because if Black plays bishop b7, we can play king to b1 first just to make sure that our king is closer to the edge of the board. And actually, Ray castled.
That is a brave move.
He clearly wants to play b5, which was not a move a turn ago because the knight could have captured on b5 thanks to the pin on the diagonal there. So the king on g8 now allows b5 to be a bit more of a threat.
Yeah, and Ivanchuk has to be careful. I mean, my inclination here is to go g4. But this move is not without its drawbacks. For example, after g4, hg, fg, Black can drop the knight back to d7. And the e5 square is no longer controllable by a pawn. So this could act as a stronghold, as a transit point for Black's minor pieces. The evil bar doesn't like it. It might be because of knight d5. I don't know. But it's a double-edged position. Ray has gotten the type of position he wants to get. But I think he's clearly worse here, nonetheless.
Yes, he is worse, but he has to go for b5, and at least it's the type of position that gives him winning chances. Ivanchuk down on the clock, still 10 minutes and 15 seconds, plenty of time. But Ray should be looking at that. He should be using the clock as a weapon.
He definitely should. And speaking of using the clock as a weapon, that is what Benjamin Bach is going to be trying to do against Sasha Grischuk. We will be bringing you the start of that game the moment it begins. And so, b5 by Ray. Here he goes.
e5 is a big move there for for Ray Robson, and he is striking on the queen side, opening up files. I do not think a takes b5 is good here. Ivanchuk agrees. He quickly retreats his bishop to b3. And if you play b4, the good news is that the queen side gets closed. You didn't play g4, so your e4 pawn's not a target. So how do you make progress here from Robson's perspective?
Well, I think you sort of combine treading water with making incremental improvements on the queen side. I would be inclined to play bishop d7. Now, he takes on a4, which makes sense conceptually. You're opening up more files. But for the time being, White's king is still very, very safe. I think Ray is going for the long-run play of attacking down the b file and maybe using the a pawn as a battering ram in case White's bishop stays on b3 to cover the b file.
Yeah, I like the decision. Bishop takes a4 is probably a good move just to gain a tempo, hitting that queen on c6, not allowing an immediate rook to b8. And White can play e4 to e5 at some moment. And the good thing about that is you start opening the position more. You have this rook on d1. He does take with the knight on a4. I don't like the knight moving to the side of the board, but maybe, Danya, queen c4 is what Vasil is looking at. He might want to try to trade queens to avoid an attack.
Yeah, that's a weird situation. After rook b8, which I didn't even have to play because Ray just did. After queen c4, the black queen can easily escape the queen trade, but not without giving up control, Robert, of the b6 square and making e5 potentially stronger. So will Ray actually have to trade queens in the event of queen c4? And does that impact black's attacking chances?
And that's the problem when you need to win, is you often think, I cannot afford to trade queens because without queens, games are harder to win. That's not always the case. There's still chances for Ray in that position. He has an extra pawn from the D through the H file, so in the center. And that means that he can try to open up the position for his pieces. The white king on B1 is safer without queens. It doesn't mean it's completely safe. So Ray will have chances even in the event of queen c4. And you're looking at the move e5 as well. I like that as an option, just trying to open the board up so White can have some fun as well.
But there's a sense in which Vasily has been losing the. I wouldn't say losing the thread. Those words are a little bit too strong, but maybe giving Ray a little bit more activity on the queen side than he should have. But I think queen c4 is a very important move. Without it, black would have gone rook b4. The attack would have begun in earnest. So super important move here for Ivanchuk, and now an even more important decision to be made for Mr. Robson.
And I think what Ray should do is make a decision the next minute. Keep ahead on the clock. Because Ivanchuk, he has shown, there was a game, was it game 2? When he went from 15 seconds back up to 20. So he has shown that he can make quick moves in time trouble. But still, I feel like Ray needs to try to punish him that way. And I'm also looking at the other game because it feels to me like Denis Lazavik is making progress against Wesley So.
He is. Oh yeah, my goodness, he's making big progress against Wesley So.
His queen gets into h7, and there is no threat of queen h8 check. Normally, that's a devastating threat to win the g7 pawn, but there's a bishop sitting on f6. And Danya, with the king able to go to e7 now or in the near future, the question becomes, step 1, achieved. Queen's on h7, great. Well, that's not going to lead to checkmate. I can't win a piece. So how do I actually create threats and win this game?
You're right. The queen operating alone as a single agent is not going to cause that much problems for black. What I think you can combine it with, if you do it in a well-timed and careful manner, is a kingside pawn storm. You can try to go g4, f4, potentially g5, and you can see that if black, let's say, takes on g5, there's h6, maybe using the pawns to open up files eventually later on down the road. If you can open the f file, maybe putting a rook on f1, and also poking and prodding with your minor piece. Bishop f3, maybe rook c5, maybe using the queen side to distract black's attention further and milk his clock down.
And what you just said led me to think of a new idea. Maybe we should play for b4 as white, because you need to play on both sides. With the bishop on f6 and the king on e7, there's no ability to play bishop e7, obviously, and stop that pawn push. So maybe there's a rook c4, pawn b4 break with a rook b1 and just go after the b7 pawn.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You often see the best players combining play on one side of the board with play on the other side of the board. And when you have a space advantage, that is often exactly what the prescribed method is. As Nimzovich famously said in his classic My System, when you're cramped, when you have a space advantage, you can easily trampoline, that's the word he used, from one side of the board to the other, while the opposing side has less blood flow between the two sides of the board and cannot as easily transition defensive forces from the queen side to the king side.
I mean, I love the look of, rook c. He goes rook c5, rook b1, pawn b4. You need to get going on the queen side. And for Wesley, what's his actual plan? He could bring his queen to b6. That actually looks pretty interesting because the pawn on b2 is threatened now.
And that is exactly what he does. And I think that indicates his concern for the b2, b4 pawn break. Dennis could still play rook b1, but instead he drops his queen back to c2. Robert, I think you called it. I think it's pretty clear that he has his eyes set on you on b2, b4.
Well, b4 is going to be huge. And now with the queen on c2, queen b4, which clogs the square, is met by rook c4, rook b1, and b4 anyway. So this is a tough position for Wesley. He is much worse. And b4 can be played even without setting it up. Like b4, if you take with the queen, there's rook b1 to follow. So that's not going to be good. And if you take with the pawn on b4, white plays a5 and rook b1 anyway, and it feels like black just has no space.
You did get my reference, by the way, right? Just to clarify.
I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
When I said he's got his mind set on you.
No.
It's the George Harrison song, Set on You.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about 1960s references. Sorry.
I think it's actually 70s, but one of the best songs any of the Beatles ever made. But it's fine.
Well, you're being a Beatle right now because you're bugging me with your old school references. So.
Oh my god. Yeah, I was gonna buy you a new car, maybe a Beetle, but now that you're mean to me, you'll have to get a worse birthday present.
Well, I'm glad you're gonna get me any birthday
terribly
present.
Contrived. I apologize.
Okay, I've forgiven you already. I'm just looking from game to game. It looks like Denis Lazavik, he's making some progress, and Ray Robson, he is keeping steady on the clock. He is about equal on time with Ivanchuk, and the position for black is starting to improve in my eyes.
Let's go back to that game. And the Armageddon between Bach and Grischuk will be beginning very shortly, and we'll bring you the start of that game. Worry not. Whoa, Ray has avoided the queen trade, and he's got the knight on b6 onto a mighty awkward spot.
Yeah, that knight, it's preventing a rook c8 move, but it also is kind of stuck in enemy territory, and the bishop on d4 is awkwardly defending it. So whoa. I like Ray's position a lot here. I'm worried for Ivanchuk.
Yeah, I don't see, Ivanchuk is totally stuck in molasses. And like you said, if the moment the knight drops back to c4, it goes from the frying pan into the fire because of rook, actually might burn in the fire after rook dc8.
So what's white's move here? Can you play rook g1 and try to go g3? I guess knight h5 is the obvious reply, and g7 is defended and g3 is stopped.
Knight h5 is an excellent defensive move. These dark squares are covered, and that h5 idea early in the opening has worked to perfection. This is looking very, very concerning for Ivanchuk.
Ugh, hate this position.
Ugh. And look at the clock, 6.5 minutes. A 2-3 minute think, and time pressure will be yet another problem that Ivanchuk has to solve.
How do you actually deal with this? I feel like this position is just terrible.
I don't see a move. I do not see a move for white here.
I guess the problem we're having is we see moves, but we don't see ideas. That's what we're essentially saying. It's we can go rook g1 or rook c1 or rook d2, whatever, but what's the actual plan? And then I guess on the flip side is what's black's plan? So it looks good for black, but how do you actually start making inroads and trying to win this game?
Yeah, and I think Ivanchuk adheres to that philosophy with queen a5. He just says, okay, I'm going to make sure that I don't lose my knight, and I'm going to toss the ball back into Ray's court. I'm going to force him to find ways to improve his position. And we'll see if that strategy is successful.
So queen on a5, knight on h5, looking good. And the game between Bach and Grischuk is underway. We see Grischuk's clock. It's not because he sat for a think. It's because he made a bid and started with less time.
Although we can probably find some Grischuk games where he did have this amount of time after move one.
I'm sure you can, but 10 minutes and 30 seconds, quite a lot of time. However, if Bach can, I like what Bach's doing in the opening. He is not playing something that's forcing, because when you start trading pieces off, it makes Grischuk's task easier, right? Less optionality, good thing often when you don't have time. So playing this opening in English, he'll play d3, he'll develop his kingside knight, castle, go for a pawn storm on the queen side. I think it's a good choice.
And for Alexander Grischuk, and just in general, when you're on the black side of an Armageddon game, you want to avoid also playing too fast. Sounds paradoxical, but I've seen players overcompensate. 10 minutes is not 1 minute. It's not 3 minutes. It's okay to drop below 5 minutes. It's a lot more important to get a decent position, because facing a worse middle game with less time is the worst possible scenario that you can find yourself in.
I know we just got to this game, but I think just for a second, I just want to flash on over to the Ivanchuk game. A big turn of events that are not in Ray Robson's favor.
Whoa.
If you look at the last two moves, Queen A5 was Ivanchuk's choice. And then after Knight H5, he plays C4 because the Knight on H5 is loose on the 5th rank.
Oh my goodness. LPDO and full board awareness for Ivanchuk. So Ray responds, amazing that he has this move. He plays E5 counterattacking the bishop. But that in turn frees the knight from jail, and it is more than happy to return to freedom.
Oh, this is looking very promising. I mean, he doesn't even need to win the game, but with A6, potential target, pawn can go to B6 for white. I just had to bring us over here because I saw this happening at the corner of my eye, and Ivanchuk, I think he can breathe a bigger sigh of relief.
100% justified. Before we switch back to that game, do you think after AB5, which is on the board, he should play Queen C7 to force the queen trade, or should he play a qualitatively improving move like Rook C1?
You can also take on D4 if he wants, but Queen C7 is certainly appealing. Looks like there's something winning for white. I'm just looking at the eval bar now.
Whoa, +3.
That means E5,
is it?
right? It's got to be E5.
E5 blasting through in the center. And again, the fact that this knight is undefended hurts black because you can't take on E5 due to Rook takes E5 with a Forkovich.
Wow. So big opportunity for Ivanchuk to move on. By the way, Wesley So has evened up his game against Denis Lazavik. I just looked on my screen there. It looks like he's going to hold and move on in the match, but it's been a tight one. And then, of course, we have this Armageddon game where Grischuk, he is down under 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Donnie, he's spending, honestly, maybe too much time this early.
Let's take a look at that position. Yep, 8.5 minutes indeed. And Benjamin Bach is just proceeding with his natural standard queenside plan, pushing the pawn up to B5, orchestrating pressure on C6. You're right. I think he's gotten exactly the type of undefined, complex middle game that you want to get in an Armageddon game.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, it's a bit vague in terms of where the future of this game is going to go. But that's good news when you have more time. But now Benjamin's thinking perhaps black will be able to continue in the center. But anytime you make a pawn push like D5, you have to worry about this G2 A8 diagonal. You have to worry about your E5 pawn. So for Grischuk, it's not going to be so simple how to come up with an active plan of his own.
On the other hand, white also doesn't have that many pieces that can be used as tools to attack the queen side. The pressure on C6 is annoying for black, no question about it. But black also has the tools at his disposal to protect this pawn many times over, the simplest of which is to put the rook on C8 if white moves the knight away from D2. And don't fall asleep on black's attacking chances on the king side, right? There's G5, F4 ideas. Maybe at some more opportune moment, Grischuk could consider playing D5. So Benjamin, it's not all peaches and cherries for him here.
No, but I would love a fruit salad after our commentary is done. I'm getting pretty hungry. And for Benjamin, he needs to win this game. He's got no other choice. So Rook C8, a calm choice by Grischuk, protecting his pawn on C6. Maybe he will, in fact, play D5. Maybe play G5. I think, Danya, oftentimes people see Armageddon. You just need to draw a game. Why would you play G5? It's so risky. But if you sit and do nothing and you give your opponent everything that he could ask for, that's no less risky of a decision.
Reminds me of David Navarra playing aggressively against Michael Adams. Against Michael Adams. Michael Tao against Michael Adams in their Armageddon game 2 days ago. He played as if he had to win, and that is often the most successful strategy.
Right. So, by the way, in the bottom right, we have the game between Ray Robson and Ivanchuk, just so everyone can keep an eye on that. It looks like Ivanchuk just pushed his pawn to f4, so we will keep close attention to that one. And by the way, d5 was in fact played, and the knight to e2, so that e5 pawn is in danger.
It is indeed. He has to defend it. This is the linchpin of Black's entire strategy, and I think what is giving Sasha Grischuk pause is that bishop d6, you have to reckon with the possibility of cd5, cd5, and queen takes c8. Robert, I have no idea how to evaluate this position, but the eval bar does, and it seems to be suggesting only one thing. This is bad for Black.
Oh, goodness. That is not good news for Alexander Grischuk and his many fans. So you have to be very, very careful in the current moment. So bishop d6 to protect e5, that's possible. You could also push the pawn to e4, right? That's giving the knights the d4 and f4 squares, so that's clear drawback. I like Benjamin's position.
And the clock continues to tick down. Once again, no increment. So with every ticking second, Alexander Grischuk's chances get worse and worse. He's 6 minutes down. He needs to be very accurate. There is no more room for error in his position. Speaking of room for error, I think Wesley So, despite some errors in the early middle game, is very, very close to holding the fort and winning the match against Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, but huge time trouble for both incoming. Denis Lazavik down to 33 seconds. Wesley just around 40. And he's trying to think, can he take on d5? But if that bishop gets to d5, the f7 pawn is an immediate target. b6 is hanging as well. This is anything but clear.
No, the way you describe it has made me realize that Black still has to be very careful. Obviously, White is not risking, but that is a total moot point. A draw is tantamount to a loss. Can Denis Lazavik intensify the pressure on f7? Rook d3 comes to mind here.
Yeah, rook d3. I think Black will play bishop c5, cutting off the queen and the bishop over there. That's a huge move. You need to parry off the threats, push White's pieces back. With that rook going to f3 in the near future after queen c4, for example, this is starting to look uncomfortable.
This is indeed rook f3 is all ready. Wesley So, all hands on deck here defending f7, but that is very, very passive, Robert. And now Denis Lazavik continues to snipe at all of the weak squares in Black's position.
And you have to look out for back rank checkmates. The queen covers h7. Queen f5 could be a threat. And after queen f5, bishop takes f7 check is now on the horizon. So this is a big moment for Denis. We have the 5-head cam as he's leaning in, trying to find his way through this position. What does Wesley do here?
Bishop takes f7 is a devastating threat. If he moves his king, then he allows bishop e4 threatening the h7 square, and he moves it to f8, queen h7. No, that's not the move.
Wait, there's also bishop e6, bishop c4, bishop e6.
Oh, he missed it. Bishop e6 was winning on the spot.
Oh, he needed to preserve the ability to play.
And now
queen takes f7.
Queen f6. He forgot about queen f6.
Oh,
it's still not over though, Robert. The Black king is still weak.
And no checks available for that Black queen. 6 seconds. Wesley's got to move. He goes queen d4. Good move. Queen f6.
King e7. Running.
And everything is protected. Look at this. The queen protects everything.
He's out of the woods. That's it. Or it's not it. Bishop b5 still trying.
No checks for Black here, but only a few checks for White.
But king b8, bishop c6.
Bishop c6 now?
Wesley. King d8.
Oh, gosh, this is close.
Oh,
Queen
my
e8
goodness.
check.
So close. 1 second.
Barely gets the move
Bishop
up.
b5.
Queen d1 going for queen h1 check. And the h5.
And now it's Wesley's turn. I think he's done it.
It looks like he's getting close. Bishop c6 taking away the checks.
Oh. And
this is why
the problem...
Go ahead, sorry.
No, the problem, Jen, is that if you move the bishop away to a different diagonal, you run the risk of getting the queens traded.
Right. And now g7 is hanging, so bishop d4 looks like a possibility. He goes queen d4 back. He's just keeping every single piece protected.
He is indeed. 1 second for Denis. He is going in circles, and Wesley is not about to blunder checkmate on d7.
And you have to move a pawn at some point. Otherwise, there's going to be a 50-move rule or repetition, and that's not good because none of your pawns have anywhere to go.
Queen d7, bishop e6. What a trick!
Nice try there by Denis Lazavik. Although this is getting a little tricky. Queen g8 check. Queen g8.
Queen g8.
Oh
Queen
my gosh!
c8.
Oh my! Oh my gosh! He completely missed it.
Queen c8, queen d7. Won the bishop or the queen.
Oh, he had a win.
Oh my goodness. And now Wesley is again fully safe for the time being.
Queen a8 here, just throw your queen into enemy territory.
Gotta try it. Oh, no.
No more
That's
threats.
not the way. Queen d5.
Queen d7 is going to trade queens. Watch out.
Oh, bishop f5, still keeping the queens on the board.
And we've seen this position before. Queen f6. I think it's immediately a draw.
I think he's good. Wesley is now fully safe.
Oh,
still keeping the queens on the board.
That one move blunder, though. I mean, Denis Lazavik is the only opportunities you're going to get against Wesley So.
Yeah, he will not give you a second one, although maybe he will. There's a mate in one threat.
Queen a7, you have to go to d6 because queen b8 would have been mate.
Again, he's gotten the king out in the open. And way out in the open.
It's running behind enemy lines.
I think it's going all the way to b2. No, back it goes to d6.
And it's going to go back to e5 now. Wow, what brave move by West. King d4 now. Keep going. And he's
the full 9 yards.
Will he get there? Queen g2. Queen b7 probably. And then
so nerve-wracking. Again,
I think
queen trade out of the question.
A few moves away from the 50-move rule.
Oh, absolutely.
I haven't kept track, but I do think we're like 5 moves away.
But white cannot afford to play g4 because that opens up the third rank and gives black enough counterplay for a draw.
And 1 second when he made that move, he's probably trying to figure out when the last pawn push was.
And repetition is so close here. At this point, you have to start worrying about it.
And that's the 50-move rule. Wesley So survives and advances, and Denis Lazavik gave him all he could handle from a position that didn't look like much. You got to give the youngster from Belarus credit. He almost tied this matchup.
He was winning at several moments. He kept his head in the match. He came back from a loss in game 1, and what a way to get out of the CGC for Denis Lazavik. He will hold a setup high indeed, and he will take $5,000 home, every penny of which is very well deserved. But I have pulled up another time scramble as Vasily Ivanchuk tries to hold the position to win the match against Ray Robson. What is going to happen?
What is even happening? So white is up a pawn. So if there's no checkmating attack and white can stabilize, he will be up material. The knight on d4 is excellent. The checkmating pattern along the b2 square is going to hurt. But the bishop on g7 done. That's why black can't possibly be better. The bishop is not participating.
And Ray Robson is down to 14 seconds. He does not see a way to intensify the pressure. Ivanchuk has managed to hold everything together, and all he needs is a repetition.
And queen b3 here, offering the queen trade, seems to be a good idea. I'm not sure queen a7 is even available, but if it is, you want to keep those queens on desperately.
He plays it. Knight e7 check is tactical, but maybe Vasily doesn't want to get into these types of complications.
Isn't f7 hanging after that? Knight e7 check, king moves, and queen takes f7.
Oh, yeah, and he plays it.
Oh, a huge opportunity.
Why is the eval bar down to 0?
I have no idea. It looks completely winning. And Robson looking at this position. King a2, queen takes f7 for sure.
Queen b.
Oh,
what a defense!
You have to take that knight, I think.
What about rook f3? Rook f8!
Oh my gosh. There's also c4 ideas if you're not looking out for them.
I think you should take, but Robert, after queen takes e7, the black bishop all of a sudden gets super active.
Yeah, that's not what you want. Queen... Queen g4?
Rook e3, bishop h6.
Okay, because queen e4, bishop e5, there's rook b3, that's huge. And rook b7 if you don't trade
my
rooks.
lands. But rook b4, another excellent move to keep the initiative going.
And bishop takes e5 now, is there rook e3?
1 second!
Trade queens. You gotta trade queens here.
Rook b2, rook d2.
And rook c2, bishop c4. Like, this should be...
This game... it's far from over, though, Robert. He's going to try to get his king into g3.
And I'm nervous about Ivanchuk's time, right? That was not good for him in game 1, and he plays b3, he played king c2. But I'm with you, Danya. King g5, king f4, king g3. Bring that king in.
But I think the fact that Ivanchuk is still at 20 seconds, he's got to try to stay over 10 seconds. I think that gives him enough time to react to unexpected moves.
And king d3 is excellent. But if you get the king to g3, there might be an exchange sack at some point.
And don't go b4 because of rook c1 check, but now b4 is a huge threat.
Stopped in its
tracks. Ray parries it.
Okay, bishop, watch out for rook moves. Okay, he goes rook to e1 just to avoid that.
The good thing for Ivanchuk is that even if the king gets to g3, how are you going to put any pressure on g2? That's the problem with opposite colored bishops.
Right. You need to be able to sacrifice your rook for the bishop somehow, like on the f3 square. But Ivanchuk is not going to allow that. And look at him showing off technique in online blitz and bullet.
And b4, forcing the queenside pawns off the board. He is within a millimeter of securing the draw. Barring a blunder, this should be in the bag.
And rook going to g4, that seals it.
That basically does king c3 or king a4 even.
I think that Ray should like king h2 at some moment.
No, that's it. That's it. Rook takes g6. There are no winning chances here. 0.
And look at Ivanchuk's time. He's got 20 seconds.
I'm telling you, it's great. But why did he let the king get out? I thought he should have cut it off along the e-file.
He's not worried
rook
about
b4.
it. He's going to king b5, get his king away from the side of the board. Wow.
I think at this point it's pretty clear that unless he mouse slips or blunders his rook, there are 0 winning chances.
That would be tragic at this point for Ivanchuk, as Ray Robson doing everything he can. He was your pick to win the group, but Ivanchuk says, I don't think so. And unless there's a mouse slip, somehow his connection goes out the window. Vasily Ivanchuk, the streamer, the legendary player, is going to move on.
Hey, I did. My vote was with Ray, but at the same time, I mentioned at the start that I want to see the players from the older generations go far. There's nobody who is more deserving of going far than Ivanchuk. The guy is a legend, and what a performance in this match from bottom to top, from start to finish, despite the loss.
Yes, and how many more moves until we get a 50 move rule? I'm going to try to check on that real quick. When was c takes b4 played? Oh no, rook takes g6 was the last capture.
As you're looking that up, I mean, the Grischuk game is also heating up, and I think Benjamin might be in trouble there, but I don't know if we should stick on this game or if we should trust Vas. Yeah, let's stick with this one.
Yeah, we have, I don't know how many more moves to go. I was trying to look, but they're making so many moves so quickly, I can't even find it. But look at Ivanchuk's clock. He's up to 29 seconds, Danya. I said it before. I think losing on time in game 1 somehow helped him.
Yeah. Well, it helps him calibrate his clock. And right now, he can literally go from d7 to e6 to f7 ad infinitum.
Look at you using some Latin on me here.
Well, you know.
You dabble.
That's, some of us went to Yale, you know. Some of us should understand those expressions.
I did understand it. That's why I called you out on it. So rook g5, rook h5 right now.
But then rook g8.
Oh my gosh, there's a checkmate if you can fall for it.
No. King f5. Just go back to f5.
Oh, that was actually very clever.
And Vasil wasn't born yesterday. He won't risk it. He knows what he needs. He knows exactly what he needs.
And you got to feel for Ray Robson. I mean, the guy is just so strong, and he won game 1, but somehow Vasily Ivanchuk, he was just in form when it mattered, and he is able to secure this match, barring some kind of failure in the next 12 moves or so.
And Vasil's the match. Just a couple more king moves required. And you do have to feel for Ray. He was hoping to go for it. He is a fighter. The fact that he's made 50 moves here, Robert, it's not obnoxious. Rook c6, rook c5 drew immediately. It's not obnoxious. It is the sign of someone who wants to win. And that is ultimately what we want to see in the CGC.
Don't play rook takes h4. Actually, even that draws.
Even that.
Yeah, no point
King b4.
Getting to that ending.
Oh, he wins the piece? Ho-ho!
Wow. I mean, a draw is a loss for Ray Robson. He resigns, and Vasil Ivanchuk, he does good for the old guard. He wins the game. He moves on, and he remains in the Chess.com Global Championship. And you pulled up the other game between Grischuk and Bach here. Wait a second.
I think Benjamin's winning.
Oh my gosh, he's winning.
Oh my God, King h8 is forced because after King g6, he gets mated in 3 moves.
Oh my goodness, and Bishop.
Where's the win?
Where is the win?
Bishop c4 and takes a6 is wrong.
No, it's mate. It's Bishop f7, King h7, and Rook b6.
Oh my God, it's a fork.
Bishop g6 and Rook b8 mate.
What an amazing catch. Rook b8 is mate. And if you defend against it, then you lose the bishop on a6.
I don't know if I've seen anything like that before.
You're a beast.
Well, it helps when it says, like, the eval bar is like through the roof. So like there's a win somewhere, and I look for the checkmate threat.
But that might be the only win, Robert. And Grischuk is now down still 40 seconds on the clock. But if Benjamin doesn't find this, then black still has chances to draw. Do not play bishop c4 and bishop takes a6.
And he goes knight c2 attacking the rook. The rook goes to a5.
I think that idea probably still wins, but it's not as effective anymore because the a6 bishop is no longer hanging.
Yeah, and this is actually not easy. And Benjamin, he's still ahead of the clock, and we know that he's a very, very good bullet player. But you can get nervous in this situation. He needs to win. He can't afford a draw. And if black gets the g5 move in, for example, that gives Grischuk a new lease on life.
I'm sure he is nervous. You're about to knock Alexander Grischuk out of the CGC in the first round. That would be a major upset. Let's see if he can pull this off. And he's taking his time. Now Benjamin is down on the clock. He might not be seeing it. I don't know where the win is.
I don't know where it is either, because it was bishop f7, rook b6, but that no longer wins a piece. The rook on a5 covers that bishop over there.
Maybe a slow move?
He spent so much time there. He goes rook b6, but it's a move too late. g5.
It's a move late. It's a move late.
It's a move late, $1 short. g5 right here might cost him $5,000, because if you make it to the next round, you get 10 Gs. If you lose in the first round, you still get 5. Great prize fund, but still, I mean, look at this. Down to 2 minutes is Bach.
But there's a crazy line, Robert. If you take on a6 and go bishop c4, I think there's knight b4.
Oh,
and you can't take because of the score.
That is sick.
Holy smokes.
This whole
He's done it.
Oh my gosh.
Missed it.
Oh my goodness. And you said knight b4. Knight takes f4 check might also keep black in the game, but knight b4 is sick.
Oh, he missed it, but he did play knight f4.
Ooh, but you know what's good for Bach is he has this pass pawn. So what you need to do if you're Grischuk is trade pawns and give up your rook for a minor piece in the d4 pawn. And by the way, Daniel, look at the h2 pawn and the h8 corner. That's a dark square and a light square bishop. So there's all sorts of opportunities for Grischuk to hold this game, but white now is technically winning with proper play.
But given that knight b4 drew immediately, this is a big mistake. This gives Benjamin a serious chance. He can also use Sasha's clock. Grischuk will have to spend time to make sure he doesn't miss a fork, to make sure he doesn't give the f5 pawn away easily. That's exactly what he might be doing here after knight e3.
Knight e3 is a rook b2 check and a potential like rook b3. Oh, this is not looking good though.
The pawn endgame might actually be a draw. Like if you can give up the rook for the knight and the bishop and white has the d file, that might still not be winning.
Okay, so where does the king go? Here.
Okay, rook b3. No, that pawn endgame is lost, actually. The d4 pawn is perfectly placed.
So bishop takes f5, rook b3, there's king f3. You keep your pieces together.
White's winning here.
No, Grischuk needs to go for the clock. He just needs to move quickly.
He needs to milk the clock and then get Bach into a knight versus bishop position.
And I think that's a good start, cutting off the king. I don't care what the evaluation says anymore.
No, totally.
Just whatever makes it as difficult as possible.
Every second is golden. Knight f5 would have been a horrible blunder there due to rook takes d5. Whatever Benjamin does, do not give away the knight and the d pawn for the rook, as you said.
Right. So that's why the bishop on e6 will remain anchored to that pawn. And just move. Grischuk has to move. He's up 10 seconds. He has an opportunity here.
King d6. This would be a crazy comeback if he can make it
happen.
Great
move. Look at that retreat, though. Knight f3 and then king g4 is not available now. Oh, he moves the bishop
g4.
Back. He wants d6, d7.
The path is paved. Grischuk stops him, but here comes the king.
And 48 seconds for Bach. 53 for Grischuk. Bishop back to e6. Move the rook back. If king
but
e3
the lateral checks are so annoying here for white because of the risk of having to give up your knight.
Yeah, rook a4, knight d4, rook back. Oh, the h3 pawn's defended, though.
Excellent move.
The h3 pawn's protected, so knight d4 is coming.
Right now, d6 is unstoppable, or is it?
Knight c6, but 35 seconds. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, but Robert, rook, king d4, king c5 is going to pave the way for the pawn. I think he's going to win this.
But what about knight and bishop versus king? Like, just...
Can you do it, though? You can't get rid of the h-pawn. Oh, Benjamin's going to win.
Time. He's gonna
move. That's it.
This is tantamount to resignation. I think Grischuk acknowledging that Benjamin has his winning over the board, and he's not even moving, and he's got 19 seconds left. There's no increment. He is going down.
I can't believe he missed knight b4. That would have drawn on the spot, and he resigns. Benjamin Bach wins the Armageddon.
And there you see celebration from the Dutch Grandmaster Bach. He can hardly believe it. He wins. Grischuk says goodbye to the tournament as his camera goes black. Benjamin Bach moves on. And what a game that was. That was nerve-wracking for him. He had a winning position down here. He missed the immediate checkmate and the win there, but he still managed to keep his composure.
Bach on and carry on. What a win for Benjamin. He knocks out one of the pre-tournament favorites. And we had an amazing day of action today with results and bloody games all around. But nobody more heroic than Vasyl Ivanchuk, who knocks out Ray Robson in incredible style.
Yes, Ivanchuk won that masterpiece of a game with the black pieces. We're going to spill some DMs here. Jeffrey Zhang was watching. He was in just absolute bliss seeing the beautiful chess that Vasyl Ivanchuk displayed. So Vasyl Ivanchuk gets through against Ray Robson. Leonard Dominguez, Levon Aronian, they wrapped up their matches early against Maxime Chigayev and Aronian-Theodorou, respectively. Wesley So, he gets by, but it was barely against Denis Lazavik. And then Benjamin Bach in the round of 32, taking down Alexander Grischuk. So we are going to head to a break. And we say break, not goodbye, because we'll have a very special interview with Vasyl Ivanchuk when we return in just a few for the Chess.com Global Championship.
Welcome back to the Chess.com Global Championship. And as Robert promised, we have in the studio a very special guest. Grandmaster Vasyl Ivanchuk, the legend, has defeated GM Ray Robson in the round of 64 in convincing fashion and joins us for an interview. Vasil, congratulations. We had so much fun watching the match. Could you start by sharing your overall thoughts on how you played and how you feel after this victory?
Okay, it was quite tough match. The first game position was totally equal, but I managed to lose it somehow. So even in rook endgame without h takes g4, it's easy draw. I can just play king f7, king g7, wait, and he cannot do any progress. But then, okay, in next game I won. Probably his idea to play with queens on the board was too risky. Probably better was to take on c3 and play some moves. I don't think that endgame is better for me because my pawn a4 is weak as well. So I think black can make draw without special difficulties, and so I won the game. In tactical battle, third game, okay, I outplayed them. Okay, I had decisive attack. Okay, final stage was many mistakes because of very short time, and the last game was very sharp, very tensional game. But I'm happy that okay, I have feelings that I play good enough in a double-edged position.
And Vasil, in the first game, as you mentioned, you lost on time in what was still an even endgame.
Okay,
do you think that in some way,
not exactly on time, because already final position, maybe it's still draw, but already unpleasant for me. So
right.
It's not totally by time, but of course I made a big mistake to take on g4 from h5, at least from practical meaning of view.
Yeah,
And
no,
before,
that's very fair.
So position was at least equal, probably even I was slightly better, but I managed to lose it somehow in an incredible way.
Yeah, I was going to ask, did in some ways losing that game help you play faster in the next games? I know you've been playing in Title Tuesday and in the Champions Chess Tour. So do you think you just needed to find your rhythm in the match?
Okay, maybe I need more practice, especially in Chess.com. So okay, but I am planning to play Title Tuesday sometimes. Probably I will play some training games in Chess.com. So yes, I need this. That's true.
Vasil, you have Wesley So, a very easy opponent in the next round. Obviously, I'm kidding. Do you have a lot of experience playing Wesley? What do you think of him as a player, and how are you going to approach that match?
Okay, I have some experience. I don't remember exactly how many games I played against him. Probably 8 games, probably even 10 games. Score at the moment, it's not good for me, but okay, I will prepare. I will try to show my best.
Yeah, well, your best today was jaw-dropping for all the fans. They loved your game, in particular, the third game with the black pieces. It was electric. So, Vasil, you have so many fans out there. You're streaming as well. So,
I will
are you
play
going
first game with black pieces or what? Against Vance?
when you
What you mean?
No, sorry, today against Ray. That game with the black pieces was very
today.
nice.
Yes.
But I was going to ask you, do you plan to continue streaming? Because I like watching your streams where you go over famous games.
Yeah, you mean in Twitch? Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I will. Okay, but I'm not planning to do it during the tournament because tomorrow also I will play in Magnus tournament. I will start to play, and then I need to prepare against Wensley, of course. So probably nearest day I will not have time to stream, but after finish it. After after finishing these two tournaments, okay, I will do my report, not only about this, okay, I am planning to continue my match against Yusupov, also match between Alekhine and Ava, and many other interesting things. Yes, I want to do it.
Well, Vasil, we will be looking forward to your... Of course, I think you're making a lot of new fans as we speak. You already have so many fans, and we will be watching carefully as you take on Wesley So in the round of 32. Vasil Ivanchuk, thank you so much for joining us. We will let you take your well-deserved rest after an awesome victory.
Okay. Good night. Okay, for you it's not night, but for me it's about 11 o'clock. Okay, bye.
Okay, have a good rest,
night to you.
What a gentleman and a legendary chess player is Vasil Ivanchuk. He says good night to Ray Robson's tournament. He beats him 3-1. You see on the scores there. He lost the first game, and he won 3 in a row. The Turkey allows him to move on. He will face Wesley So, who struggled in his match, in his black games against Denis Lazavik. He was worse in those games. He scored half out of 2 there. So, Danya, as we look across the 5 matches today, Levon, Lanier, there's not much to say. They really had their way with their opponents. But the other 3 matches were very close.
Yeah, Levon and Lanier made it look easy, as top grandmasters generally tend to do. But you're absolutely right. Wesley So could have been playing an Armageddon as we are speaking right now. Instead, he held the fort by the skin of his teeth in the last game. But he's going to have to step up his game against Vasil Ivanchuk because the guy is confident. He's, I think, a lot better than anybody expected online. He's been doing well in Title Tuesdays. He isn't just getting into time pressure after 5 moves. Vasil Ivanchuk is with it. He's in good form, and he is ready to win again. We will see whether Wesley can bring his A game to that match. And Benjamin Bach, I got to highlight him. The cold-blooded Armageddon against Sasha Grischuk. And we have a major upset as Benjamin Bach gets to the round of 32. And he can go far because he's got the right mix of solid play, good opening preparation, and confidence, Robert.
Yes, and he's really good with the mouse speed. So Benjamin Bach eliminates Alexander Grischuk. If there were no perfect brackets heading in today, which there were none, there definitely wouldn't be after that match. It's an upset, the 7 over the 2. We love Alexander Grischuk. Every chess player should. But Benjamin Bach says, well, not today, buddy. You're out of the event. And will he face Jeffrey Zhang or Vasil Ivanchuk's compatriot, Alexander Bortnik? That's a big matchup that we're going to have on Monday. But let's talk about Group A as well, because we did just see Lenier Dominguez secure his spot in the next round. He takes on Canadian and chess bra Eric Hansen.
And Hikaru Nakamura still has to play his match of 64. I know everybody's looking forward to that one. He's facing very strong Chilean grandmaster and blitz expert Rodrigo Vasquez. So not a given, not a walkover for Hikaru, but he will, the winner of Nakamura against Vasquez is going to play David Navarro, who won that Armageddon against Michael Adams. And we are in for some more fascinating matches here in the round of 64.
And of course, Levon Aronian, he's in a different group than the rest of the players who competed today. He's in Group H, and he makes our life easier in terms of knowing who plays whom. And we have Levon Aronian against Maxim Matlikov, Sam Sevin against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And Matlikov is not a player that Levon Aronian will take lightly. He takes the entire event seriously, but Matlikov has been over 2,700, still in that 2,670, 2,680 territory, and that will be a difficult challenge for Aronian.
It will indeed, and a lot of these matches are coming your way on Monday, so you will not have to wait long for the next batch of action. We will see Hikaru Nakamura on Monday, so we're going to expect thousands to be tuning in. I can't wait for Monday. Tomorrow's going to pass by in a flash, and we'll have more CGC for you very soon. But for now, Robert, I think the time has come for us to wrap it up and for everybody to enjoy a little bit of break before the action continues on Monday.
Yeah, everyone deserves a day off before we get to see Hikaru Nakamura take on his first round opponent, and Jeffrey Zhang against Bortnik, Caruana against Kravtsov. I mean, come on. You are going to be spoiled come Monday. So enjoy your Sunday. maybe watch some American football. Just get some rest and relaxation.
Oh, yeah.
Talk to your loved ones. Like, we know that you've been doing nothing but watching chess during the Global Championship, but I do want to thank you, Danya. It's always fun to commentate with you, especially when we have legends of the game like Vasily Ivanchuk. But no matter who is playing, no matter how many people are watching, it's really just a fun time for me.
Likewise, Robert. Always a pleasure. No better way to spend my Saturday than watching some awesome rapid chess matches and watching Vasily Ivanchuk continue to dominate the chess scene. Monday is going to bring new matches and new action and new intrigue, but for now, I think we've all earned a little bit of a break.
We certainly have. So we say goodbye. Thank you so much for stopping by, and continue watching the Chess.com Global Championship on Monday when the action returns.